Good morning, everybody. Welcome to NinjaTrader Live. My name is Jim Cagnina. I am Senior Market Strategist for NinjaTrader, and I am joined by Senior Economist, the fabulous Tracy Shuchart. Tracy, good morning.
Good morning, Jim. Good morning, chat.
Well, so interesting weekend. So some things happened, some things didn't happen. What strikes you right off the bat as big news this weekend?
All right. So this weekend we had the Fed governor quit, Krugler. She announced on Friday late that she is leaving. So Trump has another board member to replace. And also on Friday, he fired the chief of the BLS. So for the jobs report. And so that position is now open. And so he has two positions to fill. So we'll keep an eye on that. We also had an OPEC meeting, which we will discuss with Amena Bakr, our guest who's on after this. And they agreed to finish the unwinding of voluntary cuts of a group of 8 of 527,000 barrels per day. We do have oil slightly down on this today, but we're going to dig into the weeds and what that really means and can the market handle it and all that other good stuff. We also have paused kind of in the Treasury rally this morning. We've got 125 billions of bond sales due this week on the long end. So we have a 10-year auction on Wednesday and a 30-year auction on Thursday that everybody will be watching closely. And we also have some tariff news, of course. Swiss are racing. They have 72 hours to lower Trump's 39% tariff. So we will see about that. August 7th is the due date for them. So they will be talking to the administration on that to see if they can get that lowered. I hope they do. We get a lot of chocolate and watches from them. So, and then what was really interesting, just kind of as a side note, I saw a chart this morning that said the U.S. technology and tech-related stocks now account for 55% of the U.S. stock market, the highest share ever, and it's exceeded the 2000 dot-com bubble levels by 5 percentage points. And Mag 7 now accounts for 35% of the total U.S. market cap. So there's your fun facts for the day.
Yeah, I don't know if that's scary or not, but going back to the whole BLS thing, it seems like the latest report gave the administration exactly what they wanted, an excuse for quicker rate cuts. And so, even the CME Group's Fed Funds Watch is tracking maybe 3 rate cuts this calendar year now. And that's the first time we've seen that in a while. Why do we fire the messenger?
So, well, that is a very good question. And I said that on Friday. I said, well, if he wants rate cuts, these numbers are going in the right direction. So, where does that leave us? But, Trump will be Trump. And so there you go.
Wow. So anyway, well, we'll see. We'll see who the new statistician is. I guess there'll be a new statistician announced sometime in the near future. And not only that, who's the front runner now? Do we have any idea who the front runner is for the Fed replacement?
No, we don't. They just said that they have a short list, but this is going to force the Trump administration to sort of pick a replacement for Powell faster, they say. And so we'll see what happens. She was supposed to leave in January, but she is leaving much earlier.
Yeah. Well, so then basically there could be two Trump appointments, quicker, sooner than later.
Correct.
Yeah. Okay. Well, in any event, overnight, I mean, we had the stock index futures are up a little bit, right? After that, there's a big hit last week on the stock index futures. They kind of hit. Let me change I got it up there right now. We kind of took a big hit. Now today we're kind of back in that consolidation range in mid-July. So the stock index futures are trying to fight back, at least to find some price happiness around that 6,300 for the mini S&P. Crude oil is off, which we're going to talk a lot about in a minute. Gold, so all the metals are up pretty well overnight in Globex Sunday session, and the U.S. dollar is weak now again against my euro and other currency pairs. So I don't know why that dynamic's happening in the U.S. dollar. I'll ask you that question right now.
Well, I think the U.S. dollar, we saw it take a dive on that jobs report on Friday. The U.S. economy is weaker than expected. And so now, we kind of have a little bit of a continuation of that move. But really the major move in that was on that jobs report. And then we also had ISM and construction spending also come in very soft under expectations, and so that everybody's looking at the economy being weaker than we have been told that it is, and so we will find out what happens, what that equates to. Not really surprised, indices kind of having a relief rally a little bit this morning, but what is interesting is that we also have a bid under the metals, partly due to the fact that we have a weaker dollar this morning, but it's not all the way risk on, right? Even though we have the bonds down, but we still have metals up, and we have the indices up today.
Yeah, no, that's a great point. We had risk off, right? Now it's like, all right, risk on isn't going to just be a snap of the finger. It's going to be a slow, kind of gradual, okay, everything is okay. Now let's get back to looking for dips to buy and stuff like that. I don't know if it's going to happen this week or not, but it should, in my opinion.
So, yeah, we'll absolutely see. I mean, I think the market is looking at the possibility of rate cuts and maybe more rate cuts this year, and the index markets are liking that right now.
Yeah, awesome. Well, welcome, chat. Appreciate you guys all being here. Hopefully everybody had a great and relaxing weekend. A little rainy for me down here on the island, but it was relaxing. I had the young ones in town, and always interesting to hear the next generation and what they eavesdrop on them. I did a lot of that. But other than that, it was nice and relaxing. Hopefully everybody here in the chat had a nice relaxing weekend and looking forward to trading today. Paulie is my neighbor. Paulie, good to see you, man. We had a little bit of clouds this weekend here on the island. How's everything down in Naples, Shai?
So it is hot and humid day after day. So.
Oh, my goodness. Well, we have some great special guests today, this week, as a matter of fact. Shai, who's with us today?
So today we have Amena Bakr. She is the head of Middle East Energy for Kepler and OPEC. She's been in the industry forever. She's ex-Reuters, ex-energy intelligence. So we'll get talk to her because she has a really good feel for what's really going on in OPEC and just oil markets in general. So looking forward to talking to her this morning.
Yeah, absolutely. She was on before and she was awesome. I can't wait for that. And then economic releases. Is there any bangers this week?
Quiet morning. We do have data at 10 today. We have factory orders, durable goods, and capped goods. So kind of a quiet day. We have several Fed speakers this week, actually all of them this week, none today, but the rest of the week is packed full of them all because we're off the FOMC blackout period. And so just be wary of that. And I will note who's speaking every day as it comes up.
Yeah, all right. It's we would refer to it as Fed Palooza week, where they all just are out there saying stuff. Yes. So, which brings me to an interesting question: will there be some more of the Fed folks auditioning for that chairman job now that we're kind of like, all right, we're probably going to cut 3 in a row now, and we are off to the races? Will there be some others throwing their hat in the ring?
Well, I'm really interested to see in who kind of flips after this data if we start to see kind of a more dovish tone from some of these Federal Reserve Board members. So it'll be a very interesting week to see who maybe has turned after we found out, jobs were 258,000 less than we thought in May and June combined, and numbers came in at 73,000, much lower than expected on Friday.
Yeah, and there's probably, I'm just thinking out loud here, there's probably 4 or 5 FOMC meetings still left before Chair Powell's chairmanship naturally expires, if my math is right.
So, yeah, I believe we still have September, October, December, and then January and March before he leaves.
Yeah. All right. So we'll see. We could still have lots of fun at the FOMC going forward here.
Yes.
The treasuries, the treasuries are still kind of elevated. So they're, the 30-year treasury bond is still at a 115 handle right now. So it's kind of taken that paradigm leap up where yields are getting closer to 4.8% on the 30-year. 10 years kind of following suit, although it's not quite as dramatic on the jump up. And then the lower end of the curve looks like it's actually it's up in price instead of down in price a tad bit today, suggesting maybe a little bit of a yield curve shift.
Yeah, so it'll be interesting. I think markets may be a little too optimistic at looking at 3 cuts this year, but again, markets have been very optimistic all year. If you remember, we had 5 factored in at the beginning of the year. So I definitely think that we will see 1, if not 2, for the rest of the year, but we'll find out if does that happen earlier or later in the year.
So is that third rate cut, in your opinion, irrational exuberance on the market's part right now, tracking a 57% chance of 3?
In my personal opinion, yes.
Yeah, well, anything could happen. We'll see how that kind of pans out. I mean, I don't know how many times the Fed fund tool, it's a great tool. It seems to be pretty accurate for like the next meeting, and then after that, kind of the wheels kind of fall off sometimes.
Yeah, I think that traders really have been wanting this rate cut all year, and then when we finally get to close to the meeting that month, kind of reflects more reality of the situation.
Yeah. So the good news is the Bitcoin and Ether is trying to fight back a little bit, at least on overnight, right? With I think the Bitcoin's up about 1.16%, where Ether's up 1.3%. Solana and Ripple are not faring quite as well on the Bitcoin front. So is there any news on the crypto side of things?
Not really. I just think altcoins across the board are much weaker than Bitcoin and Ether this morning. And I think because they're the 2 most popular and they're the biggest, I think they trade a little bit differently than some of the altcoins that are a little more in that stage, that younger stage where they're very volatile. I guess one could argue that, 1,300 points in Bitcoin is big, but we know how that moves.
Right. Thank goodness there's micros for that. But this will be when the market decides it's risk on again, the dip buyers are going to come out, and this is going to move in multiple percents up and down going forward.
Oh, they're fantastic markets to trade, and again, they have the micros on them, so that's great.
Yeah, no, for sure. Faina, good morning. Good to see you. Joseph, Engineer Bear, good to see you. With the employment situation report for July. Okay, he's just making a comment on that. Appreciate you guys being here. Oh, look who's here. Deli's in the shop. Good morning, Delhi. Good to see you. Safe travels. My understanding is going to Chicago today. All right, all right. Well, let's
Yeah, they're
go.
going to have
Let's
a
go.
party.
I, I know we didn't get invited. We were left behind, Tracy. We had to like I guess hold the fort. I guess.
Somebody's got to somebody's got to be here.
I
So
know. I
it's
know.
us.
Anyway, we miss you, Delhi. Safe travels. Let's go ahead and do a really quick edge report, and then we'll get to our very special guest, Amena. All right, we'll start with the E-mini S&P. This is a daily chart on the E-mini S&P. You can see this week-long sell-off here. And we have this earlier July area of support and resistance, which kind of suggested it was a sideways channel. It didn't suggest it. It was a sideways channel. And we popped above it. Everyone got all excited about it. But then we kind of retraced pretty quickly back into it. And right now we're kind of in the middle of that sideways channel. The bottom is kind of the area of support here is around 62, 66, give or take. And I have the resistance up here. I'm going to keep that same resistance rectangle. It's 63.25. We're right back in the middle of that. The major key moving averages are kind of going sideways right now. We'll see if we get some convergence between that 8 and the 21 EMA. And we're above that 38.1% outside fib. So that's encouraging right now. So we're kind of sideways with respect to that. Intraday, we do have some great Mentor Q gamma levels to think about as well. We almost hit that one-day max, and that's at 63.13. This was another Mentor Q target. And then that blind spot 3 is a little bit further above that, that's 63.26 half. And then we have a PAX line at 63.42, R1, and another blind spot right above that. So there are targets for the bulls. For the bears, we've been trading above that session VWAP pretty much all day, and that's right now aligning with that 0 DTE high vol level at 62.90. We have JAX 2 a little bit lower than that, 62.75, and JAX 1 all the way down here, not surprising, at a nice even number at 62.50. So lots of targets for the E-mini S&P. Let's shoot over to 30-year Treasury bonds now that we already started talking about it. Let's do a little bit of a deeper dive here. Huge rally. This was over a two-handle rally we saw on Friday, and we haven't given anything back yet. We have a nice kind of tail on this candle from today, but didn't get to the piercing line. And buyers just pushed us all the way back up here. So this 115, 30 seconds has been pretty sticky. We've seen that a lot of times overnight session already. Trend line up in place. Stochastics overbought, but it could stay there for a long period of time. And really, my target wick is in play right here. And this target wick is exactly at a high of 116.03. So we'll see if we could take that out. And in my mind, if we do, we get a close above that, then maybe we could continue on our way up. And Tracy did mention earlier that there are some bond auctions also which will be a factor later on this week. Intraday, there's also some targets here. We're right at that JAX 1 right now at 115 and 1630 seconds, or 115 and a half, you could call it. Although we had some session highs earlier. Above that, really, we have that 0 DTE gamma wall and that 0 DTE call resistance at 116 even. And below that, well, for bears, we have the pivot down at 114, 29, 30 seconds. And then we have that one-day min right next to it at 114 and 28, 30 seconds. I love it when you get these two different types of indicators or analysis points at the areas of interest. It's pretty close together. That's pretty powerful. But right now, it doesn't look like we're going to get there. We're trading above VWAP right now, and we're trading above the London initial balance. London did try to make new lows, but couldn't. So we had that really nice, I don't know, quadruple bottom here if you're counting at 115 even, which nice even round number. Let's shoot over to the Bitcoin really quick here and pop up a daily chart. Bitcoin not back into that consolidation range. Tracy was talking about this last week, where we've had this really nice sideways action here for this was a few weeks worth of data. We started on July 14th on the Bitcoin going sideways here, and it wasn't until Friday where risk off happened, everybody sold everything, and we had this big breakdown. Now we're trying to fight back up, but we're not in the consolidation range, unlike the E-mini S&P at 116,720 at the bottom, and the top I'm framing at approximately 127.25. Baby candle today. Not sure where this guy is going. Let's take a look at some Mentor Q numbers really quickly here. We do have that JAX 2 number at 116 even up here. That's Jack's 2, gamma level 2 for some bulls here. And above that, really, one-day max is slightly above that at 116,245. R1 is up here at 116,475 for some targets for the bulls. For the bears, well, session lows, previous session's lows, which were Friday, 113,425 would be on my radar screen. That is today's Edge Report. And we are ready for a very special guest. Amena Bakr is with us. Good morning, Amena. Thank you so much for being here. Greatly appreciate your time this morning.
Hi, Jim. Good afternoon. Hi, Tracy.
So, Amena, I know that there's a lot of stuff to talk about with the OPEC Plus meeting this weekend, but before we even get to that, I wanted to ask you about the Russian sanctions. We're seeing it in the EU. We're seeing it in the US. How is that going to play out in your view, and is it going to have any impact on oil prices?
I think it's just really early to tell, Jim. We just saw like the headlines around the sanctions. Of course, initially there was a lot of kind of panic around that. I mean, we did see some headlines, for example, from India, some refiners, especially those in the private sector that have more exposure to the US financial system, seeking to diversify their crude. However, I mean, talking to a few people in Russia and familiar with the kind of trade and industry, it doesn't seem that we are seeing any volumes being impacted in their exports. And according to our numbers at Kepler, again, we're not seeing any changes so far. Are there concerns by some importers? Yeah, sure, and they might be making inquiries. But a lot of traders as well are saying this might be another taco event where Trump chickens out and kind of reverses his position. So yeah, I mean, a lot of eyes are on what's going to happen on Friday, what the final decision is, if there are going to be these secondary sanctions. I just want to say in general, I mean, if you're looking at a country like India, for example, their imports are about 40% of Russian crude. They can't replace all of that volume by other producers. So it'll be very, very difficult to replace all of that volume. And that is creating this kind of concern, or maybe this kind of bullish edge maybe to the market that's keeping prices where they are. But at the same time, I really don't expect the Russian volumes to come down that much. And I don't think the Russians are concerned as of yet.
So it seems like even if there are these sanctions, that the oil flows. It finds a way to get to
It
where it wants.
does.
It finds a way.
Yeah, and we've seen that before. I mean, it's a fungible resource and it does find a way, and they're going to be offering different kinds of discounts and alternative routes, and whether, I don't know, they ship it into Africa, for example, and then it ends up somewhere else. It always finds a way.
And then let's move to the OPEC meeting. Obviously, we had OPEC meeting this weekend. They agreed to finish the 2.2 million voluntary cuts from the group of 8. And of course, oil is down today. We have WTI down 2% and Brent down 1.77%. Of course, everybody was in a panic saying this is 2014 all over again. They're going to flood the market and they're going to, they're in a war with U.S. shale. And then some other people are saying, well, they're doing this for Trump. And so can you kind of explain exactly, what happened at that meeting, what OPEC is seeing in the market that made them okay with being able to release another, 500,000 barrels?
Okay, thanks, Tracy. And yeah, basically, as you said, they agreed on the remaining increment, which would bring back the first tranche of the voluntary cut, which is the 2.2 million, plus the adjustment from the UAE, which is 300,000. So that brings kind of an end by September. If indeed they do go ahead with these figures, that would bring an end to the voluntary cuts. And I think that was the objective since the start of the year. A lot of producers were really eager to get rid of this voluntary cut and start kind of on a clean slate. But let's not forget there's another voluntary cut. There's the 1.66 million by 9 states, and that's until the end of 2026. Now, why did they decide to bring back this volume? First of all, they are seeing demand for their barrels. I know that there was a lot of kind of speculation at the beginning of this year that OPEC wasn't going to be able to bring back a single barrel because of all this non-OPEC supply, because prices were going to crash, because the environment wasn't just accepting any of these barrels and they would have to sit on the voluntary cuts. I mean, it's just proven all of these theories wrong. They are able to bring these barrels. The market is receiving them well. We are seeing incremental demand from China, for example, which is building up its stock now. And you might even see, I mean, with India, for example, they are kind of inquiring about more Middle Eastern barrels. That's a kind of alternative to the Russian barrels. But there is still, we are in the summer period. Domestic demand was stronger in the Gulf. They've used a lot of these barrels domestically, and summer demand in general was strong, and that's kind of the basis where they saw prices being supported by these factors, and they do see a kind of healthy growth still. I know that OPEC, or the OPEC secretary, usually puts up these very bullish numbers for demand growth. Their number is still around 1.3 for the year. I think other consensus now is around, for Kepler, for example, we have 800,000 barrels a day growth for the year. Others are thinking more. I mean, I'm talking about the national oil companies here. They're thinking around 1 million barrels a day, but they are seeing a healthy demand that would enable them to unwind these cuts. However, Tracy, I mean, like every time, they are in a situation where they're monitoring the market very closely. We are in a very volatile environment, and they clearly stated that at their next meeting, their meeting on the 7th of September, they could take a decision to either go back to cuts, which is, undo the 2.2, or go ahead and start unwinding the 1.6, that other tranche that I was talking about, or just pause and wait. Our assessments at Kepler right now, we would say that they're most likely to pause and observe what's going to happen rather than take further action. But they have this wide range of action that they can take depending on where the market is.
Yeah, I think that's what a lot of people forget sometimes is it is dependent on market conditions, and they repeat that over and over again at every meeting. So do you think it seems like partially this came at a bad time because we just saw terrible labor numbers in the U.S. markets, and now we've got, fears of economic slowdown again. So did this happen to just come at a bad time, or are they able to, look through that?
I think, prices didn't drop that much. I mean, Brent today is still trading at 68, right? So it's not like a massive drop. We're not in the 50s. So I don't think that the drop is that significant. It depends. Yes, you're absolutely right. There are risk factors going forward, and that's what they're watching very closely. And that's why they're saying, they could easily go back to a situation where they would need to curtail the production, pause these increments, not go ahead with, unwinding more of these cuts, or take something. Tracy, we've seen this before. OPEC always kind of surprises us with a new action here. But I think for the time being, they're just going to wait and see. They usually don't have these knee-jerk reactions. They want to see if this is a sustainable trend. Is price going to fall off a cliff before taking any kind of action from their side?
I wanted to ask, is OPEC Plus kind of leaning into the administration in the U.S. to try to make sure we keep, prices below $70 for WTI as an example? Is that kind of thinking happen, do you think, behind the scenes?
I don't think they talk about that, Jim, per se. Of course, President Trump has been very vocal on where he wants prices at what point, but I don't think that conversation happens behind the scenes. This is like kind of purely market driven. But what I've seen from Trump's comments recently is that it seems that, earlier in the year, he said, I want oil at 50. 50 is fair. Now he's suggesting that, 70 is fair. So maybe 70 is the new 50. And maybe he's realizing it's that level is that what is gonna support the US shale industry too. And I think Chris Wright is doing a great job at trying to promote growth in the US shale industry and balance that, prices at a reasonable level versus, what price is needed to further grow or keep shale stable this year.
Got it. Well, I know you're super busy. I really appreciate you being on with us. Your insight's awesome. Chat
Thank
is
you.
lighting up with how awesome it is. So thank you for being here. Hopefully we'll get you back on soon and appreciate your time.
Thank you, Jim. Thank you, Tracy.
Thank you.
All right, all right. Oh, that was awesome, Shai. Did you see the comments in the chats like how
She's so
professional and
great.
how what great info we got.
Yep.
Love it.
She is fantastic. Fantastic. I got the opportunity to meet her in person in February at an OPEC meeting, so she's fantastic in person as well.
Well, and it's also another reason we have the thumbs up button, everybody, and we have the subscribe button. They're free. They're easy to click on. Just boom, hit that subscribe, hit that thumbs up. Amena's awesome, and we're gonna have some more awesome guests, I believe, this week.
Yes, we have a great lineup, so looking forward to
All right, all
that.
right. All right, thanks, Shai. We have Pharm ready to go for tape talk. Appreciate you, and I'll talk to you later today. There he is, live from somewhere in Arizona. Pharm, how are you?
I'm doing well. A little tired, still kind of recovering from vacation, actually, but I'm ready to go. Feel prepared for this week, and looking forward to it. Finally, got a little bit of volatility to widen things up, so it makes things a little bit more interesting. When it's just straight up, your weekly plan is pretty much like too long, didn't read, buy the dip, and it's kind of boring. I kind of prefer a challenge, and I think this week brought that. And so I like to step up for that challenge, and I enjoy that. So looking forward to this week.
Yeah, I mean, for me, when you have these, and I'm going to characterize this as a big risk off, day on Friday, and are we coming out of that or not? In other words, the market's kind of pausing maybe right now, a little bit of we're fighting back up in the equities, but as a trader, it's like, all right, is the dust settled yet or not? Is it, how are we going to handle this? And that creates a volatility and opportunity that's different than, as you said, just a one-way market straight up. So we don't know the dust is not cleared, I don't think.
Yeah, that's right. I mean, it does seem like everybody I talked to, anyways, got pretty bearish after Friday. And I'm supposed to be the resident perma bear. I do like to keep it neutral. I mean, so we'll see. We came into a really big technical spot on Friday at Friday's low. And I mean, believe it or not, I mean, there were some indicators, within the NASDAQ specifically in breadth that were actually oversold. That's just like, how are we oversold? We're just right off all-time highs.
Sure.
And that's just because of the nature of the rapid sell, and breadth has been pretty poor. And so some relief, at least into today, made sense. It looks to me to be a bit of a technical cover rally so far. But I mean, we'll see, right? I mean, it really was a very big technical spot. When we get into the charts, we'll get into more of that. Looks like you've got yours up here, but yeah, big spot, and I think we need to keep an open mind. I don't think it's done. It's my lean. I think there's more to come. Plus, I wore a red shirt today, so who knows what's going to happen. I meant to save it for tomorrow, but we're still behind on laundry. So I tend to think it's not done. But pausing where we did makes a lot of sense to me.
Yeah, well, I'm just throwing up a 30-minute chart. I'm trying to channel my inner Pharm actually. I'm old school guy. I look at a daily chart, and I usually just have one little peek at a 30-minute chart. But I'm squeezing them all together. And the thing that struck me is interesting was, we're back to 6,300 on the E-mini S&P, and we've seen all of July. We see 6,300, 6,300. And so there seems to be some equilibrium there. At the end of the day, we just keep settling there. And I don't know, maybe this is the end of rally price happiness, or maybe the rally will continue and then we're just pausing here. But here we are again, 63.02.
Yeah, it's been a sticky spot. And, this, so remember my vacation. Yeah, I don't know if you remember the Pharm vacation trap. So anytime I go on vacation, you get a trap lower first and then an absolute piss missile for a couple of weeks. We talked about this. And then usually when I come back, it's trap higher first and then we sell off. I always assume that like maybe this time will be different. It's never different. So 7/16 was your Pharm vacation trap day. And so I would pull levels from that day. It seems to be acting somewhat relevant. 63.05, which is right where we're sticking now, was value area high for that day. There was a small spike that was in that string of days. We had like these tiny little spikes like every day, it seemed like. So I think the base on that spike was 63.07. And then 8.75 was the high. Just the way that it's acting, I just feel like levels from that day might be important for today and maybe even into tomorrow. But I mean, yeah, we've got this RTH, bear gap sitting above us. We're still in Friday's range. This is still an inside day. We floated up. It's been a very, very technical overnight session. Like usually Asia's not technical. Usually it's just BS slop. It was very technical. And I always pay attention when things are technical because it feels more organic to me. Like there's real participants in the tape as opposed to, again, just kind of nonsense, especially during that Asia session. So it feels like a technical cover rally to me so far. We'll see, though, if initiative buyers decide to wake up and decide that they want to buy this thing up, I don't know, however many handles it's up, 50 or 60 or whatever. So off Friday's low.
Yeah, I mean the daily range so far is 50. Almost 59. Which is actually is the new 14 period ATR. It's about 59, 60 if you round up a little bit. We've been just constantly just grinding above that session VWAP all night and all morning so far. But we did hit a nice kind of lift at the London initial balance, which I thought was interesting. So we'll see if we sometimes we do the opposite of what the London does, but on a day like today, it seems like you said, from a technical point of view, folks are trying to, they're putting their toes in the water and thinking about getting long again.
Yeah, I think that's right. I mean, we basically opened the overnight session in Asia. We dipped down about maybe a handle below Friday's value area low, and then traversed right back to Friday's value area high. And now Friday's value area high has turned into generational low for the night, which basically both of those two sell attempts that you saw that held at 62.80. That's basically where it's at. So that's going to be your line today, which I mean, again, we'll get into when we get into the more granular charts. But it's going to be an interesting day, I think, and one of those situations where, I mean, if you're bullish, you want to see bulls lift the overnight high, wherever that ends up. We have some time here. And sustain the overnight high. That would put them into the gap, and then acceptance within that gap, above Friday's high. Then obviously you can work up through that gap. It is a very large gap, and there's a very key structural area inside that gap that we'll need to watch. But I mean, if we get back into Thursday's range, I mean, then kind of for the most part, it's just like a big LOL, and everybody that got bearish is going to get bullish again real fast. So,
did you say a big LOL?
Yeah. You get those, it gets your sentiment shifted and, some big move one direction and then just like snap your fingers and it's gone. And you're like, oh, well, that was cute. That was funny. Yeah. So, sellers would be in big trouble, I think, in that situation.
Well, before we toggle over to Pharm charts, I just wanted to ask you about the 30-year Treasury bonds. I mean, this has been an acute move up. And really, we've been trending up since July 16th, and we have this target wick way up here at 116.03 from the beginning of July. This is looking super strong right now, the 30-year bonds.
I mean, just when it looked like that thing just could not get out of bed, right? I mean, you get those massive revisions on NFP. That's kind of a big deal. I think one of the biggest catalysts for at least the long end is going to be why am I talking about this? I'm just a price monkey, but I think it's going to be who Trump nominates to the Fed here to replace I forget the name of the governor that stepped down. But,
Yeah.
if the market, I mean, if he puts like Pulte in there, I don't think long bonds are going to be very happy at all, because they're going to start worrying about the fact that he might, make him chair or some shit. And like, that would just be a disaster. I mean, limit down situation. He's such a, nice guy. Yeah, I think a lot of it depends on that, who he puts in. Does he put in somebody that has like credibility? The market's really going to be looking at that situation, I think, this month, and what the Fed may end up looking like next year. Like, even if he doesn't make an actual play now on Jay Powell to like actually fire him, is it like some shadow Fed chair situation or what? So I feel like that's going to matter for bonds. And then, like, next month, was this like a one-off thing in revisions, or like, does this one get revised down further, and next one is bad? So all of a sudden, that's going to change a lot of people's minds about the economy, I think. So feels like feels like we're close. Unemployment is still fantastic. A lot of that is a function, obviously, of immigration changes. And but it just feels close. It feels like any kind of catalyst could push it in a direction where we could see more softening than I think we might have expected, a couple of weeks ago.
Yeah. It was almost a perfect report for Trump. With this is something that he wants. A lot of the losses too were government jobs. So I'm surprised that the reaction was so negative. Leave it
Yeah,
at that.
he could have peeled that back and made it a positive easily enough, and he just kind of got,
Yeah.
he got a little bit loud about it. But
Loud
Tim.
about it. I love that. I love that. All right, let's see. Let's shoot over to some farm charts.
Yeah, so I've got I started with a daily, which I don't often do unless we have a clear and relevant and important range. And so I've sort of boxed out these 5 weeks, and I've actually extended it down to 62.24 3/4, which was the low of a day in the end of June. I'm considering that the balance lows, mostly because I want to be cautious not to get too bearish on these sweeps of like the 62.41, right? Like, we took a long in the room on the sweep of 62.41. You can see that low in there from, looks like that was the Pharm vacation trap day, right? So I mean, that is reasonable to supposes the range lows, but I'm going to 24.25. And then the question is, I mean, the top on an RTH basis is 51. That was, what was that, Thursday's high, maybe? I can't even keep track. And then if you see this prior range of consolidation, when we were ranging between 62.40s and 63.30s, so we had a couple of daily highs at 33.5 and 35.5. That's sort of one of the big spots within this bear gap, that the orange levels are basically marking out the bear gap. And so let me turn that price marker on. So it was 11.5 anyways, was Friday's high. So I mean, this is your bear gap, and this is the top of sort of this prior range in here, is this 33 to 35 spot. So that's going to be key. And like, the big picture here is, do we see a sustained break to the downside? And if we do, then there's potential for obviously continued weakness. And, I would say, like, you could look at 6,000. Like, you have to have that in the back of your head that we could end up down there. That said, below there, we have a test of prior all-time highs from February, which on a non-back adjusted chart was 61.66 I'm using 63 to 66. And then you've got a couple of trap spots just above there, just below there. Big spots, but do have to respect, a range break, a multi-week range break to the downside if we get that. Now, the flip side of that is if we get a fresh attempt to push down through these lows, and like, we actually have a 5 p.m. ETH gap. Leo will get mad at me for calling it a gap. But basically, we closed at 5 p.m. ETH, right? And then, the next night, 6 p.m. or that night, 6 p.m., I don't recall what day of the week it was, we gapped up and never traded, that 5 p.m. close, right? So that, and I want to say that's 20.75 maybe. And, when we get these potential trend change situations, a lot of times you'll see that get repaired. So I wouldn't mind, like, if we just get a quick sweep out of this 24.25. Ideally, I want to see both the ES lows and the SPX balance lows, which would be like basically 6,200. If you get a sweep and reclaim, that might be it. I mean, that might be that might be it for sellers, and I'm at least longing that, looking to get back to, again, we can't see, whatever days lead up to that, but I would say at least 63.11, probably 63.30s, and then like runners from there if we end up filling the gap and accept back at Thursday's range. It's just, you're right, that's the high. So that looks pretty good if we get, a failed push from sellers. Now, if we do get this breakdown, though, we do have to be cautious. I'll be looking 6160s is sort of the biggest spot, 61, maybe down to 6140s. But we had single prints on that breakout day as we broke to new all-time highs down in like the 69 to 74 range. And that's a big spot. But keeping in the back of my mind, if this downside break sustains, then we've got extensions down to like, 6,000. And obviously we would talk about that once we get there. So that's like the big picture that I'm seeing. Is like, you can tell in terms of like a box, it doesn't look like a clearly defined box as one big range. It almost looks as like it was kind of two. And that makes sense. And so if we, come up here and we get into this gap, but we can't clear these 63.30s, then that's potentially problematic. And one thing that I say a lot is that, if we test higher first and fail, that's often much more bearish than simply trading lower. Like, price go down is not necessarily bearish to me. And so, if you get this failed test of this gap, then sellers are probably going to be incentivized and emboldened to come in and sell this back down to range lows. So that's kind of what would be problematic here. And the biggest thing that I'm watching for, let's say today, like tomorrow, does this gap hold? And then do we get a downside break with continuation? And then I think you'll get to be short for, a few days, maybe a couple of weeks on pops. And then it's going to be time to look to buy the dip, in my opinion. So that's kind of where I'm at big picture. And let me know your thoughts there. And then I'll click over to the 30.
Yeah, I mean, for the first 3 weeks of July, we were bumping up against that 63.25 to 63.30 area. And then we're also just tapping, like as you just pointed out, down around that 62.50 to 62.60 level. So those two levels, even though they're kind of like a week and a half old, they're still in play because we're tracking back up into that range again right now, and we're sitting right in the middle of it. So, I asked myself, well, what's different than the beginning of July? You think about it. Well, not a lot. We got some taco stuff going on. We've got, we have a new jobs report. Maybe that's something to think about. But was that really a surprise to anybody? So, I love your analysis, and I love the way your middle shaded area there is lining up exactly with mine. So we're thinking alike there.
Yeah, it's going to be a big spot. And, it is funny that, in terms of effective global tariffs from the U.S., I mean, like Liberation Day was, I might get these numbers wrong, I'm going from last week, was like, I don't know, 17.5% global effective. And now we're like already back to 16.5 basically. So the market just completely blew that off. Now that we get, a little bit of a gross, I don't want to call it a gross scare just yet, but, I think it was a sudden shift in like kind of, oh shit, wait, what? In terms of NFP, that you get a little bit of a positioning unwind. And that's how it has felt to me, that it's sort of an unwind, long liquidation, even though your profiles don't necessarily look that way. It's the way that it feels to me.
Yeah.
They don't usually resolve after like 2 days. Off all-time highs, but I mean, it's possible. This market has been incredibly strong. But the nice thing is when you see, I mean, the faster and harder the puke is on the way down, the more likely you are to get a ferocious recovery as well. So that's, I mean, the faster we sell, the more interested I am going to be in getting like meaningfully long when it finds its feet. So I almost would have preferred we just like gap down and just retched all the way into the 6100s today, and then I would have been looking to get long a little bit more quickly. But here we are testing higher first, which is not always a good thing, right? Because if we do come up here and we test into this gap, then and we fail, sellers defend that. Then it's going to put pressure on this overnight profile, which is, of course, thin relative to an RTH profile, and back below those 6280s can just completely break down. So big spots I'm watching. Again, if we get into this bear gap at all, then I'll be watching, up to 63.30s. I think you can take longs above Friday's high, which is basically right where the overnight high is. I think if you're holding that from on a back test from above, I think you can get those rotations into 63.30s. At least I'd be very cautious there. But if we're still sticky above Friday's high, after a 63.30s test, then we might be looking at filling the gap. I don't really see that. But it's possible. If we do come in and we sweep out the overnight high or just otherwise trade into that gap and it gets rejected back down, then I think, really 62.80 is going to be the big spot, but this kind of 62.92 to 97, we do have tiniest little single print in here, a couple of ticks in here. I want to say like 93 to 94. It was bid just above those. So that's sort of key within this 92 to 97 range. But again, that's big picture. What I'm looking at is going to be all about this gap overhead. Do we get it in there at all? Make any traction in there at all? Let alone up to like 63.30s kind of area. But to me this week, any inability, we could get, fail within the gap. We could just fail like right here, right? We could come halfway into the gap. We could fail. We could come all the way up and get a gap fill reversal off of Thursday's low and then still fell back below. Now you have to be careful because this trend has been very bullish. We haven't seen sellers have any kind of strength. And again, I don't know. I don't really feel like Thursday, Friday was like strong sellers per se. It just felt like a lot of unwind. It felt like, there were parties that had to do business for whatever reason. And that was to the sell side. Like the open on Friday was just, I don't know how you get into that. It was just straight down at the open. Like that was not any kind of like controlled, structured selling. That was like, just get me the hell out of here. So I'm just very cautious getting too bearish. I do lean in that direction. But again, any of these shorts that are anywhere above Friday's high with kind of any traction, I think you have to be a little bit cautious and at least prepared to cover if Friday's high holds. And that's going to hold true like today, tomorrow. I broadly think any kind of consolidation is certainly below Friday's high, but below, this RTH gap. I do think that's bearish consolidation, probably for lower. But again, like the higher we run into that gap, it's like your reward increases for a short, but I think your probability has probably come down. And, sometimes that's a fair trade-off if you're willing to, again, cover some if Friday's high holds, or get flat or, take a long against it or what have you. So those are the situations we always face at traders. What's the probability of this trade? What's the reward for this trade versus risk? And how are we going to manage that and how are we going to size that? So those are our choices, big picture for today.
Yeah, and you have just looking at your chart, if you toggle back to the one you just had, you have there's a huge volume deficit between where we're trading at now and then that upper left distribution that you have right there. There's no real volume data to help us out there because everything happens so fast. There is no takers in that zone, and so it doesn't really give us. Other than no one was interested, it doesn't give us any good targets or any good information with respect to upside. So when I see that P-shaped distribution right now, and we don't have any type of we don't have prices above value. I'm thinking it's like you said, it's going to be an interesting open. We'll see if we do not make new highs.
Yeah, no, gaps are notoriously difficult, and of course you'd see a paper thin stick profile because we trade through there. Overnight, and like you can look at characteristics from the overnight profile, but like when you're trading, I don't know, to me when I'm trading cash hours and then I'm looking at like, let's say we had some single prints in here during that overnight profile, like how strong is that going to be relative to a cash session like today we trade up in there? I don't know. I don't necessarily trust that, but again, back on the daily, we saw how important really this entire range of 63.30s was, and so we do have to be a little bit cautious, but I do always prefer strong price action, strong RTH price action immediately to my left to work against for trade setups. So we'll see. But you're right. Like really, that's it. Like Friday's high is what today is going to be about to me. Any kind of sweep and fail, I'm short there. I think you probably come down into this 94 and fill in the singles. If they don't, it looks like they're probably going to do that. The overnight singles before before cash, but we'll see. So I'll say like first move from here. I mean, I guess this spot can hold again, sweep out these lows and rotate back up towards the highs. Yeah, any kind of failure to get above Friday's high, I'm looking to be short. If we end up making this move, like it seems like every time I get off with Delhi, there's like some big move. It's definitely not me placing an enormous order, I promise. But if we end up offering these, like let's call it 93, 94s, then we're probably getting a move back down to this 80 spot. And again, like, if we're offering 80s back into Friday's value, then, your overnight range is in play. So that's the risk. And the range, obviously the overnight range is very large compared to like the last few weeks that we have traded.
Yeah.
And so that does make for some nice moves potentially, but that's kind of what I'm seeing here.
Yeah. So are you tracking the NASI this morning? Any differences there?
They are, oh, yeah, right. So I haven't done my fresh crayons on my Ninja chart, but I mean, they are structurally very, very similar.
Yeah.
Same type of thing, came into a prior range low on Friday, big spot. And so same type of thing, you can pull it up and put a very similar box on there, sustained break to the downside, same picture. And then, short time frames, same deal. It's right up there. Coming up next to Friday's high, and then it's got the same gap sitting above it. So you can really take everything I've said on ES pretty much, and then apply it to NQ. And maybe if I get caught up, I'll have my full levels on my NQ chart by tomorrow for everybody to jot down. So I do cover NQ. I just haven't put them all on the NQ chart here with Ninja.
Yeah. I mean, I'm looking at the volume. I mean, so far, the E-mini S&P has done 184,000. We're not quite yet to 9 o'clock. When that gets to 200 at 9 o'clock, then I'm like, all right, we have some market participants, paying attention. We're going to have some participation today. NASI, micro NASDAQ, I should say, because that's the bigger volume market versus the classic. I call them classics, the E-mini, the minis. But the micros are 351,000. So again, pretty good volume so far. So the pace is being set pretty nicely so far, even though there's not any economic news really coming out except for that 10 o'clock. I think there's a 10 o'clock number that's probably not as Tanya would say, not a red folder number with factory orders. So we'll see if that participation keeps going on. My guess is it is. I think we're going to have some volatility and some trading going on.
Yeah, there should be some decent volume. We did see the. I mean, look, the volume coming into last week was like atrocious, right? Yeah. And a lot of people see that as being bearish automatically. To me, it's not at all. It's just suggests that there's very low participation. And like, why would participants be making major changes ahead of like the biggest week of the quarter? I mean, like every single catalyst you could have had. Yeah, we had last week. Well, I mean, now we have some information, right? I mean, that's market generated information. If you're ever going to want a week. That had everything, right? And so it makes sense for volumes to pick up here as different participants make their decisions on how they want to play this. So, let's see if they're in the mood, to chase this overnight rally and lift this overnight high and, trade through that gap. I wouldn't be long into that gap necessarily. But again, like if you're holding Friday's high from above, you can pick off along there and try to get the gap closed or at least those 63.30s. But any kind of failed push in there, and I'll be stepping on this thing for sure. And then just see where runners can run. To me, if we're down through about 93, down through 80, I'm holding it until close. I'll hold runners until close. Okay. And maybe for days potentially, if we see continuation. Like, look, when we were in an uptrend and every day was framing higher, there's no reason to close runners on a long. And if we flip to that and we do get a downside break of this kind of 5-week range with continuation, there's no reason to close runners if you've executed your trade within that 5-week range, because you can trail your risk out if that range is reclaimed. So that's kind of where I'm at. I would like to see a short play out for a week, 2 weeks, something like that. Get us a nice dip buy just as everybody gets bearish, and then slam them long for a nice rally.
Well, there you have it. Yeah. So interesting enough, from a gamma point of view, I thought I'd throw that out there. The gamma 1 level, Jax 1 level, as we call it, 62.50. Jax 2, 62.75. So we are seeing that skewed to the downside right now from a I'll have to check Menthor Q, but my guess is we're in a negative gamma situation, as they would say, in the E-mini S&P right now. So again, though, opportunity for dip buyers.
It should be a fun day, Jim. I think I do think volume and ranges are going to be better than we've seen for a couple of weeks. And yeah, to me, it's going to be like your first move is going to be about these, like, let's call it, 93, 62.93 on ES up to 63.11 half. And let's see which way that breaks as we get into the cash session.
Awesome, man. Listen, great talking to you, man, as usual. I love the purple shirt, by the way.
Yeah, once again, it's all that was clean. We are behind, man. We are not caught up from vacation. It's like you need a vacation from your vacation to completely get caught up. I'm sure you can relate.
I could relate for sure. Absolutely. So in any event, thanks for being here. Looking forward to talking to you again pretty soon. Everybody hit that thumbs up button for our good friend Pharm for waking up early and being here with us. Thanks, brother.
We'll see you. You take care, Jim.
All right, it's that time. It's that time. It's time to trade the open. And we have yet another unique trade the open, trade the morning open. We have Nick Vertick with us, as well as the big cat Leo is here as well. Good morning, gentlemen. How are you?
Good, Jim. Good morning.
Everybody's weekend was good. You guys are rested and relaxed. You had your Cheerios this morning. You're ready to go.
Oh, we're fired up.
Did you have your Cheerios, Nick? I didn't
have
get the
my
memo that we were
Cheerios.
supposed
I
to have
had
Cheerios.
leftover beef ribs since I have
Oh,
a
my man.
plethora of leftovers.
Nice.
You had beef ribs for breakfast?
No, I'm kidding. I'm running on fumes. Caffeine slowly kicking in. We had a bad storm in the middle of the night, so that kind of woke me up at like 3 a.m. my time. Didn't wake up the baby, thank goodness for that. But this is usually the time of the morning when I'm not on stream and I'm just kind of sitting in my dark room with a hood up and starting to trade the open. So camera ready and ready to go, Jim.
Awesome, man. Market Sniper he just nailed it. She, I don't know if you're here. She, Market Sniper, with best open team ever. I gotta say, it could be true. It could be true for sure. So it begs the question, have you hit the thumbs up button yet? Number one. And number two, have you hit the subscribe button? You guys could do it. It's free. It's easy. It's a click of the mouse. We'd greatly appreciate it if you do, because you're about to witness more greatness, by the way, and trading the open today with these guys. You guys got any positions on at this moment, or?
I got nothing.
Nothing yet.
Nothing yet.
Watching to see kind of what the opening drive is off the open.
I don't know. I'm gonna ask you guys this question before I shoot over to the chat side of things. But I get the sense, my spider sense is telling me we're gonna have some great price action kick in this week sooner than maybe we'd be used to, because we're still only in August. But it just seems like there's a feel in the air tonight that this week is going to be we're going to see some movements. What do you think?
We call that vibes, Jim, and you're exactly right. I got the same vibes.
Yeah, and I think we saw a taste of that off. I mean, we opened last night during my show and just kind of made a wick below the opening print, and then we're off to the races. So hopefully the rotations are going to continue like we saw on Thursday and Friday. I'm very optimistic for this week being a decent trading week, especially after the summer doldrums and just slow, choppy grind slightly upwards that we've been in for the last 2 months. It was nice to see the last two sessions be kind of a trader's session that we could have some fun with the last couple days. Hopefully that continues.
Yeah. Well, I'm a boomer, you guys. So I'm gonna try to adopt the vibe lifestyle. I'm gonna try to do it. Could teach this old
Hey,
dog a new
man.
trick.
Jim, you were born on vibes, bro.
I was.
Speaking of trading on vibes, before we get into the violence that probably will be some type of open that we have here in a few minutes, can we talk about the pure vibes trader that is Mr. Big Cat's new background here? I mean, making every streamer boy on YouTube jealous with this lovely display behind him.
I mean, if you're gonna call me the streamer boy, I've got to make it fit in.
It's yeah, it is envious. I'm going to be tweaking my setup and background. I'm going to hopefully flip my desk a little bit and change the vibes a little bit going forward. So we'll see how it works out.
I love it.
Can't wait
Looks
to see
great,
it.
man. Looks great.
Thanks.
Oh man. All right, guys. I'm going to wish you the best of luck today. I know you guys are going to nail it. Appreciate you being here with us today. Everybody, hit that thumbs up. Nick for Tick. Leo is with us. I will be in the chat, guys. Good luck.
Thanks, Jim.
Thanks, Jim. Oh, Leo going right to the long time frame chart.
Just me and you and some charts, brother.
How was your weekend?
Man, it was good. It's been kind of hectic here.
Yeah.
And this weekend we had a chance to just kind of chill, you know? Because we had folks come to town, then we got COVID, and it's just been kind of like it's been a hot mess. Our house is a hot mess. That's what it, truthfully, it's we have some issues. So I think we're going to spend some time this week cleanup wise. A 6-year-old running around the house rampant and a baby that is termed Velcro baby. Do you know the term?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, so we just hung out this weekend, didn't really do much, but just trying to catch up on some R&R. What about you?
Yeah, it was very similar. Wife is hitting the good strides, kind of recovering from her surgery, but still have my mother-in-law helping out, so I can stream to the lovely folks that we have here in the chat and spend more time with you. So that's been fun. I'm one of those people where I don't know. I do fine when my routine changes, but when the vibe is a little different in the house, it throws me off my game a little bit. So I'm looking forward to some normalcy here coming in the next couple weeks. But for the most part, weekend was good. I just grilled
Nice.
basically the entire time. Made some great burgers on Saturday. Obviously did the beef ribs yesterday. So nothing but positive vibes in the Nick Tick household.
So beef ribs were A+ or
A+, 10 out of 10 would make again.
Nice. Love that.
It is that debate, and I know we're kind of just meandering at the highs here at the open, so we can turn this into the Pitmasters podcast for 2 minutes. But with all of the effort of brisket, it's one of those things where it's like for a couple people, the beef ribs are great. If I was cooking for multiple, I'd think I'd rather do the brisket, but they're both pretty dang good. I think they're slightly different, but it was like outstanding.
Right on. There's, they to me, I don't know if I think we talked about this, but it was like it's kind of like a mix between the point and the flat, right? Mm-hmm. They're super tender, but they're not as tender as like a full-on point. Would you agree with that?
Yep. The yield of like the non like pure fat tissue was a little less than I expected too. Like
yeah.
You just have a lot more of the fat that you're kind of not necessarily trimming off of, but eating around. So
yeah,
I think that's where, you get a much higher yield with brisket and can actually feed yourself, have a lot more leftovers for the same amount of time, since that
for
was
the
a
same
long
effort.
smoke.
Right. Yep. Makes sense. Well, let's dive into these charts. I didn't get a chance to hear what Pharm was saying, but we have this overnight rally, never tested Friday's lows, kind of disappointing. And we just, we're building volume at the highs and into this gap. I just, to me, this is kind of like a sign of there's a volume and interest continuing to push upwards overnight. So if we'll see if that is still present when the cash session opens in 20 minutes. I think you and I have been talking about 2330s or 300s. up here at the bottom of this balance, it would be the gap fill as well. I wonder if there's a trade to get up there, right? And then maybe one that when we test this area to look for some type of continuation short on this higher time frame. That's kind of what I'm thinking. What are you looking at?
Yeah, I'm not necessarily caught off by this move upwards, but the, I guess, velocity that we've kind of had with it, and there's been basically no pullback all night. I mean, nothing to really get too excited about if you were trying to find a decent short entry. So I'm just curious, do we take it like the other side of this? Like, do we take out Friday's high, which is just kind of crazy, and then we do buyers lose interest, or is there nobody really trying to initiate above that spot? Or do we kind of rotate and test up towards 63.30s? I think Pharm was talking about that level. So that will be something I'm kind of watching with that opening drive off the open. Do we get that stupid first 5-minute candle that's just nothing but new buying coming in? Or do we peak above that previous day high like an NQ and then just retrace majority of this overnight session? So I might be hands off a little bit off kind of the first few minutes, but I don't know. This is I guess put up or shut up time for the sellers that were on the tape the last 2 days. I would hate to just see us immediately rotate kind of back up towards the August open at 63.60s and then just chop around, or us take the violence of the last 2 days and just have a very quiet D-shaped profile this week. That is just not what I am hoping for. I'm hoping the volatility is here. I'm hoping the trade is here and we can actually get some aspect of continuation of at least some speed to this tape where there are those wider moves, that range expansion that we kind of saw for the last 2 days. I mean, we had 2 sessions that basically retraced the entire volume that we traded for all of July. So I'm not expecting that necessarily, but at least some aspect of a decent rotation to kind of retest back towards the week open at some point in the next day or so. I don't
Yeah.
know.
Yeah,
Not
that
what I
makes
was
sense.
expecting to wake up to be honest.
This rally.
Yeah, just the nonstop grind up. Like you didn't see really London reoffer. So I don't know. We'll see.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I mean Monday's no news. Yeah, there's some earnings stuff coming out later this week. We'll see. Mondays are always tricky, you know.
Yeah.
You're ready to get in. You're ready to kind of excited from the rest that you've gotten mentally. And the last thing you want to do is rush into a trade on Monday morning.
Yeah, how trigger happy are you on to start the week usually?
Sometimes too much.
Yeah, there's nothing worse than, I mean, I think I had a good Friday, but excuse me. Gosh. But there's nothing worse than having I guess a poor Friday. I'm going to get water because apparently my throat is, I talked too much for an hour last night. Hang on. There's nothing
Let's
worse
all
than having
sit
a
here
poor
awkwardly
Friday and then immediately jumping in early Monday morning and just digging yourself into a bigger hole. So I tend to keep it
Yeah.
very light and tight on Fridays, or excuse me,
Yeah,
Mondays.
that makes sense. That makes sense. What about you guys, chat? What's your strategy on Mondays? Is it any different from any other day of the week? Kind of curious about this.
And Tracy with an absolute gem in the chat to start our week off that Trump is raging on Truth Social about rigged job numbers.
Oh my
So
goodness.
I said it last night on the show that I would imagine that talking point from the revised NFP numbers on Friday was going to continue to be a headline that we have to deal with this week. So good to see we're starting it with a fresh take on this Monday from the fearless leader of the free world.
Yes. So he fired the Consensus Bureau person because he said the job numbers were fake.
So does that mean the
That was
job numbers have
hilarious.
always been fake? Have they always been manipulated? Or do we need just a much better read on is the data that poor that the analysts are I guess they're that off and that we have to have such catastrophic revisions? Because I feel like it's not just it hasn't just been NFP. I feel like there's a number of things that gets updated or revised months later, and that's been going on for a while, I feel like. And I'm not a macro guy, but at least it's something that gets my attention when you see wild revisions like that.
Those are big. I mean, if you look at it on a graph, it's like there weren't really any jobs created in the last 3 months after April.
But it's also just me thinking, going back to the 9 to 5 world, if my job was to find these numbers or articulate a rough projection of some numbers for a revenue target, for a go-to-market strategy, KPIs for marketing, whatever it may be, and I drastically missed consistently, I'm pretty sure I would be fired too. So
I mean, don't they all drastically miss consistently, all these
I
numbers?
think so. I guess that just doesn't pass in the Fortune 100, but if you work for the government, apparently you get away with it for a long time.
Mm.
That's just crazy. Anybody that works a real job, I don't think you can miss on any sort of projections or forecasts or pipeline or whatever it is that you do and still have a job. Crazy.
Yeah, it's only I mean the revisions were big. It wasn't like 20,000, 30,000. It was like
Yeah, it
the
was like
whole number.
200,000. That's a lot of hardworking American folks that apparently were never working or the jobs were not actually created. So I don't know. Makes you laugh.
I mean, it does reveal something, right, about the strength of the economy that maybe might not be so strong.
Right.
And I think maybe that's along with some of the other data, maybe there's a shift that folks are seeing.
Yeah, Witt's right. Only economists and meteorologists can be wrong 50% of the time and keep their job.
I mean, I don't know. Traders can be wrong 35% of the time and still keep their job.
Yep,
You
that's
manage
very
your
true.
risk rate. Or, I mean, they can be wrong more than, 70% of the time.
Exactly.
All right. We are just watching this bid and, we're just going to wait for this market to open up. I don't really have any breathtaking views outside of what we've already covered. Right into this gap. It does get tricky because there's no volume, to really lean on. There's no real LVN. I mean, you could mark out just kind of for reference. You could go and look for kind of the half area of that gap, which is probably between 23. Well, this line isn't doing it. Right here around 23,200, and see if we get any type of response up in there. But if we start to trade into this gap, my standard mode would be to try to bid it up, and I hate buying highs. Even if it's like this, like obviously I'm not buying into new highs, but I'm not a guy that just like loves to buy into rallies like Stowe.
Yeah, I've always struggled with that concept as well. It's just like, hey, we've gone up 200 points plus all night, and I'm coming into it late. So it's usually, if it turns into if God forbid this turns into a trend day to the upside, there's a high
That would be
likelihood
hilarious.
that I am just not putting a ton at risk because I guess I just refuse to chase in situations like that. Meanwhile, the following day, if we were still kind of framing higher from there, I will gladly long it. But something about doing it in the session is just a muscle memory thing that I'm not good at. So I don't know. We'll see if we get any sort of rotation off of this. Like I said, maybe we peak above Friday's high and get some tradable action. But if we peak above Friday's high and then just do not look backwards and continue, it'll be a tough day that I probably don't put a ton of risk.
Mhm.
Travis, what's the best way to learn your guys' trading style? Watch the stream. That's the best place that you'll learn kind of how we read the tape, how we execute, how we kind of manage trades. And we all have slightly different styles using relatively the same indicators and volume and delta and things. So, but I think we all kind of observe it and execute with it a slightly differently. But watch us trade today. I will be back this afternoon as well to watch me try to trade the close with Leo leaving me hanging, by the way. Usually Mondays are our day together.
Sorry, Nick.
But he will be off doing better things, apparently, than hang out with me twice today. He hit his quota by trading 2 hours with me in the morning.
Say they were having issues seeing my position tracker. It's definitely there. I'm just not in a position.
I don't see it, sir.
You don't see it?
No, it's at the top. It's just very small.
It says no positions. Well, it won't be subtle when I'm in a trade. Promise you that. Yes.
Yeah.
And in addition to what Nick said, there's a podcast on Spotify called Painting the Tape. And while Nick's not on it, Nick did not participate in that adventure. But there are 16 episodes of me, Stowe, and a friend of ours named AJ, where we talk a lot through trading, and not just, fluff. There was a lot of, realistics, going through details and nuance on, some of the how we execute. Painting the tape. Wonder if I could find. Oh, I'll just put it in the chat. We could find a link, probably. Are we going to start it up again? We're going to start up something with painting the tape. Not sure what it's going to look like, though.
Just dropping subtle hints this morning.
The chat asked. I had to answer.
Nick, aren't you tired? Long hours on the screen. I am a little tired this morning. The fun of doing this and doing it with a young baby too. I know Leo obviously feels this. It's a process. But yeah, last night, this will be this is going to be a long day for Nick. Between the show last night, the trade this morning, and then coming back this afternoon, you guys get plenty of.
You get all of
terrible
Nick
perspective, just plenty of Nick. So if you were here for Tanya this morning, I apologize. She's enjoying a lovely vacation, and you are stuck with the B squad that is Leo and myself.
The B squad. I don't identify with B squad, Nick.
Yeah, I guess with your background and setup over there.
Yes, this is a professional.
Like S tier streamer.
Mm-hmm.
He's got the lights, everything. He's got his red and blue lights to match his charting.
I mean, it's got to be coordinated. Yeah, can you believe it, Jimmy? He called me the B squad.
Well, sometimes it's just the your audience. Our audience is a little different, so I don't want anybody to be disappointed with their morning trade. Yeah, Leo does look like a true influencer over there. He's the OG streamer boy.
You brought it on. You guys brought it on yourself, you know. I just I was, molded by what you called me.
I do love that the joke has turned into this now.
I'm just living it. What I mean, Nick, it's possible in 6 minutes we could open above Friday's open or Friday's high,
It would just make me so mad.
gapping up after after Friday's insane.
My worst case scenario is a lockout trend day to the upside after those last 2 days. That's mentally going to break me today.
I would have nightmares tonight about that.
Like if there is no sellers on this tape to start this day with higher prices that you
I feel like you're manifesting this into existence.
I will cry.
You a grown man crying on YouTube.
Yep.
You're about to.
I won't be the first. It just would not make me very happy today. Gosh, am I really losing my voice? I got another 3.5 hours of streaming today.
Better get a jug of water, Nick. I'm not doing all the talking today.
I'm gonna need to refill the Yeti at some point.
Nick, Lenny will cry with you.
I mean, anybody that had fun Thursday and Friday, a trend day to the upside with no pullback after this overnight, I'm sure would be upset. But it would also be very on brand for sellers to just completely drop the ball.
Peace out. They're just waiting for higher.
Yeah, it's like, hey, most of us missed the all-time high short, so we're gonna just let it creep back up there and then slam the offer again.
Mm. Nick, I don't think I've ever traded the open with you. I've shared the 5-minute OR mid trade. That's kind of the trade that I look for at the open. Do you have anything that you look for specifically at the open, or is it you just kind of like let it open up, get some structure to develop, and then look for your trade there? Do you have like a specific setup?
No specific setup. I mean, I've taken your 5-minute opening range mid setup. I took it on Thursday and somehow paper handed it for like 30 points. And that was basically not the high of the day, but very, very close to it. So yeah, I'm definitely a trader that likes to let things settle and develop a little bit more. Like I will usually try to be on whatever side of momentum is kind of in control once we break that 5-minute opening range. If on something like ES, like if I see those highs holding like on a second attempt or third in the first 5 minutes, then if we get a chance to kind of re-engage in that spot, then I will happily take a short or a long there. But for the most part, first 10, 15 minutes, I usually am sitting on my hands, kind of letting things develop. And we have some of those. We don't this morning, but I hate the like 15 minutes, 30 minutes after the bell when we get some of those releases too. Sometimes they just keep me out of trades.
Right. We don't have anything today, so
yep,
you're free to I mean, they're just buying this thing up.
We're gonna take out the previous.
Hilarious.
I think I manifested this trend day that's about to happen. It'll just make me mad, man.
Well, you can spite watch it.
Hate watch it.
Or you can just jump on the train.
I know. I'm just not good at jumping on the train. We are.
Well, time to get good. Time to get good. Took me years to stop trading the open. I wait 15 minutes. Yeah. That's a good approach. I slow down. I've got the 5-minute OR trade that I trade. Other than that, I'll let things set up. Because you kind of have what you're looking for, and then you kind of have what the market does.
Right.
And sometimes what you're looking for, the market what the market does a lot of the times are totally different, unfortunately. Three points away in 30 seconds. Can they do it? Can they do it?
They're going to do it.
They got it, chat. They got it. We're going to open right at Friday's high. That bell was
We
early.
are open.
That bell is a little early.
Yeah, it was about 5 seconds early there. So let's see. Our
Bid it
sellers
right
are
out.
going to get punched in the face.
I'm using XYZ's chart today. And I'm not sure what I'm going to see. I know, I mean, obviously I went through it, but his liquidity zone settings are pretty aggressive. So that's going to be a little bit of an adjustment for me.
Let's see if they can hold this previous day high. ES hasn't taken it out yet.
That's interesting. So ES could sweep it. And then maybe we see some type of rotation down for a minute. I don't know. All of a sudden, I feel like down rotations aren't allowed.
Yeah, I think you got 2 days of fun and we are back to our regularly scheduled programming. No, I hope I just get an opportunity to long this a little bit lower.
What's funny is we're going to come on. Stowe is going to come on in an hour and a half, and he's going to be like long from 2 ticks off the high whenever we're
Probably. Very much can see it.
Stowe just bought this little micro dip. I guarantee
Probably
it.
did. He bought previous day high and he's feeling good about it already.
Mm-hmm.
All right. So now ES is taking out Friday's high.
We are seeing a little absorption here in these 11s. But I'm still going to let this open up before I jump into anything. Even on that little push down after some of those absorption, the offer is really not staying around. They're just kind of like here rotating it down and then pulling off the offer. Doesn't give me a ton of confidence to for a good short setup, especially 3 minutes in.
Yes. Gosh, my
Yes,
voice is not great.
This is what's talking today. It's gonna be like.
This is what happens when you talk nonstop for an hour. The previous day.
Mm-hmm. Did you? So you covered all the markets. Was there anything that stood out to you, like gold, CL, etc.?
Gold driving me insane.
Gold stuck in a range.
It's indecision. It's like a wide range, but it's just been basically between the 34.40s and the 33.40s for the last 2-3 months. Crude is still stuck in its range. So nothing outstanding to talk about.
Yep. When you refer to Friday's high, are you referring to RTH? Yes, RTH high. What time frame do you guys trade? I'm on a 500 volume chart. Nick, what are you on? What are you trading the ES over there?
1500 volume.
Nice.
And then usually my NQ is 500.
So we're trading into that gap here. Starting to get back into value on the higher time frame. So that's interesting. Just kind of getting sucked up into this low volume area.
5 minutes in, and so far, the lockout move higher from the overnight is continuing.
Nick's got nightmares tonight.
This is not. This is.
Are
not,
we going to see Nick cry on YouTube TV?
Probably.
I bet. Will Nick cry for 500 likes? I don't know.
I'm not really a crier.
Yeah, me neither. Nice rally.
You know, Stowe is long from like 95.
That was definitely long. I'm going to message him right now. Where are you long from? What do you mean a 500 volume chart? Each candle is a 500 volume. It's not time based. It's just every candle prints when there's 500 contracts traded. A volume of 500. Yeah, so if you followed along to any of my tweets or anything, you would know that with this breakout of the 5-minute opening range, the OR mid here, with this green line, would be an area that I would look for along on a retest if we get there. But other than that, I would need something else besides just like buying a breakout here to get involved for me personally. I thought it meant a really loud chart. Fat fish. Yes, it's louder than the 400 volume. Teddy's World said Nick should take a tablespoon of honey.
Tablespoon. Oh, for my throat.
Mm-hmm.
It probably
and throw in suburban too.
Yeah. Ray's long from 23,000 sevens. Good for you, sir.
Oh, nice. That's a heck of a trade.
That was kind of this. I mean, that's an area I was hoping
right.
for some aspect of a place to get long on a retest off the open. Nope. Just up and away.
Getting pretty close to that half gap. 23,200. Chat is long. They're long enjoyers.
Did everyone just long off the open?
Must have been.
I can't say we didn't foretell this potential trade.
We said it was going to happen. We just didn't trade it.
Because I can't. I physically.
Nick's buy button would not work.
Yes, my chemical makeup, my DNA, for some reason, prevents me from taking this exact trade that invested in the pre-market. I don't know what is wrong with me. I'll continue to do TA on my weekends instead of going to therapy and talking about why I can't do this.
I think we should do one trading day a week, Nick, where you have to trade, you have to approach a trading session that makes you very uncomfortable.
Okay. It would be, I mean, it would be a session like this where after a violent down day, I say, okay, we're turning off the red button. We're literally deleting it from your charts. You cannot press the red button.
There's absorption right here at 50s. I don't hate it for a trade.
I mean, I've matured in my trading that I'm not trying to immediately fade this off the open. Like you wait for the structure that is coming in right now to potentially take the short. Let's see.
I'm gonna jump into a long
And I'm going to fade you,
into these highs.
which probably is a bad idea, but yeah, Crypto John, I love the red button too. But the red button's going to burn me, looks like.
Um, yeah, I mean, I like what we're doing here. Where's Stowe needing him saying a new high would be encouraging?
We're probably going to get it. Yeah, if you have not already, please do hit that thumbs up button. Show your support for the stream and us taking opposite trades to start our week. Where Leo's in a much better situation. And I'm stopped. And
I'm going to cover one here for 25. And then actually I am going to move the stop here just below the entry. I will take myself out of this trade before I get stopped, but you know, you always want to have a stop in place in case something weird happens, tape bomb, whatever. Trump tweets something. That's, you know, you just want to have that in place. But I want to see this run, see what we do, you know, 23,200. You know, maybe try to get 56 points out of this and then cover it. And the reason behind, you know, if you were like, hey, why did you get into this long? Well, we have this rally. We built a bunch of volume right here. But right in here, we had a bunch of sellers at the tape between 50 and 55. And you can see that on this leg-to-leg profile. And there's also, you know, the edge of this volume distribution, right? And so the idea here is that, you know, sellers are having a hard time breaking it through this the other side of this little volume node. And we have a rally up, so we're looking for continuation. And this is the best place, just as far as like an entry. And you'll see this a lot on trend days. I'm not calling it a trend day, but right now, we're trending higher. So you'll see this a lot on trend moves where these little pullbacks that get really sold into are, typically, not I hate the word trap, but, they just sellers can't push it lower, and they're usually good spots to bid from for continuation. So that's kind of the idea behind this trade. And that's the thing about having a delta profile versus a some other approach for looking at delta is that this tells you where things happen, not just that they are happening. Whereas like tape reader down here, it didn't really tell you that this selling was so aggressive at that moment. So I think that's why you want, if you're using order flow to trade with, that you would want to have, some of this delta information available to you. Will you add on a pullback to 23.17s? 23, yeah, potentially. It just kind of depends on what happens there. Now that we're kind of establishing a bit of a trend, what I want to see, to be honest, is I want to see this, push, micro pullback, push. I want to see another micro pullback, maybe a little more absorption, and continue to push. If we get a big rotation down, that's potentially meaning something's changed. And I don't want to buy into a pullback that's, a change, where markets are going to rotate lower for that period of time. So these trend moves are hard to trade because they don't really offer a lot of pull, like big rotations to kind of check, the breakouts or whatever. And so they get these little micro pullbacks that you kind of have to jump on. And sometimes when you do get a bigger pullback where you're like, yeah, that's the one I want, it's actually just the market's, changed and has switched from being a trend higher to just like a reversal. I mean, it does definitely seem like the
This is
gap
my
fill.
nightmare.
This is Nick's nightmare.
I literally said this, and now it's just insanity.
Mm-hmm.
We're getting the exact move that I hate, and I feel like, what do I do? This is fun.
Stowe sent me his execution chart.
Was he long from the open?
Yeah, he was long all day.
Of course he was. There are no sellers to be found anywhere.
There's a few. There's a couple at the 27s offers. It's like 60. I mean, but look at the tape.
Yep.
It's all blue. 100%. I mean, there's that little micro pullback. That was it.
Yeah, you longed the micro dip.
Yeah, exactly. Generational,
The
day trade
generational love.
opportunity. Probably going to close this bad boy out here in a moment. Have a good profit on the trade. I want to take advantage of that and then look for a new, setups, new opportunity. I am seeing some offer activity in these 25s, 26s. And if they, they're starting to get a little aggressive actually on the offer. They're adding at 20s now. I mean, that's just going to be good enough for me to peel out of the trade, take the profit and then wait for, potentially another setup. Probably going to retrace now. Maybe. I mean, this certainly could continue to march higher.
Mm-hmm. Could go up to the 300s.
Did ES fill the gap already?
Uh,
It has a ways to go.
it's still got a little ways.
Gotcha. Leaving a runner for 23,300. I hope you get there.
Don't hate it.
I don't hate either. If I had two on, I would have taken one and left one more for that last push. But just seeing all this passive, you can see it now on the Delta profile. Those offers, they took fills and we kind of stalled out. So for me, especially on this kind of weak, I call it a weak rally just because it's straight up. There's really not much structure to it. So if sellers are able to, just kind of passively sit up here and offer the market, we could get a rotation down. So starting to see maybe glimpses of that. So now what I would look for, honestly, I'd like to see this like the leg profile reset so we could capture, like if we do get a pullback into the 90s and see a bunch of, folks slam the bid, look for potentially along into there. I could still be convinced 23,175 might be a good spot, like somebody mentioned in the chat.
Mm-hmm.
That wouldn't be too bad. That wouldn't be too big of a pullback where damage would be done. But any lower than that, I think it's definitely a warning sign. So this, what you're seeing here is this 368. This basically just means that absorption, that I talked about is now being displayed on the chart through a study called liquidity zones. Essentially what it does is captures what I just talked about and helps you see it visually so that on a retest of these 2320s, if you were looking for some type of a short trade, that what happened up here was a bunch of absorption from sellers on the offer. And this will be a good spot for a retest, for if you were looking for a short up there. But it's also a good visual indication. This is something that, I don't know if it gets talked about a ton, is that this helps you visualize what happened up there so that you can further train your eyes, because screen time is, something that you don't get overnight, obviously. And so having that as kind of a visual aid along with learning and what this shows you what you're looking for. And so then when you see it in real time and then you see that print, then it's kind of that reinforcement that, like, hey, what you saw is what you should be looking for from an order flow perspective. A lot of sellers coming into the footprint. The chat, Nick, they're just saying, hey, Nick, have you ever just considered buying high and selling higher?
I mean, I've considered it. I've not tried it. I've always wanted to. It's something I'm working on with myself.
Just buy the 5-minute high. Just wait for a 5-minute high.
Yeah. It would probably have been a good trade. Now I'm just sitting on my hands waiting. Buy the high, sell the all-time high.
Buy the high, sell it higher.
I watched.
I didn't really get to. I wasn't paying attention what happened in here.
Where?
I was just saying I wasn't paying attention to what happened in here. These 200s.
They're going to push through again.
Somebody asked about the OR mid trade. Will you take the OR mid trade? Yes. At this point, I would be cautious about taking it because that would be a really big reversal. But I would consider it. You know, I would want to see something from an order flow perspective tell me that I should take that trade. But there are times where we've seen a market like this break out, rally, and then later in the day, like in the afternoon, even come back, test this OR mid almost to the tick, and reverse right out. I think there was a stream a couple of weeks ago where I was short into it, and I added on the short on the way down, and we hit that OR mid and bounced right off of it and caused me some pain. But yeah, I mean, if it's kind of like one of those things where it's a weird nuance where if it happened right now, I would be very skeptical of taking that long. But if it happened later in the day, oddly, I would be more open to that idea. Do you think it would be a possibility to take a short if a short setup presents itself, but sellers are not really doing anything? You know, if you ask yourself, what are sellers doing? You know, the answer is really nothing yet. So I would need to see a seller appear with aggressive, you know, activity. And at this point, for me to get involved in a short, they would have to break. You know, we'd have to make like a lower high or something. We'd have to build below. Like we have this volume node right here. We would have to get below it first and then retest it and then look for offer there. But sure, yeah. I mean, if you we have to trade what setups are available or what the market is giving us. I'm not ever opposed to taking a short. I'm probably more short biased than long biased. The OFL single prints nailed the 63.33 resistance on the 30-minute chart. Excellent trade. Fantastic. I just looked over and saw those 33s print.
Mm-hmm.
You talked about it, and I think Pharm talked about that level.
Yeah. We took it out, rotated lower, and jumped in short. Let's see if it sellers.
Oh, you jumped in a short.
Yep.
All right. Leah, can you please repeat the name of the bottom indicator? This is called the tape reader.
So, helping me.
Nick's on team sellers, looking for that resistance at 33. The ES Dom looks very, very empty on the offer there, buddy.
Yeah, they're not helping me. This there's no sellers to be found. And stopped. All right.
William, I personally prefer volume. You know, just gives me a better view on what's happening. If you actually go and watch Friday's stream, so last Friday when I was on with Kane, Chris, Chris with boxes, we talked about that. Why I use volume versus minute timeframes. No red button until 300.
Yeah, I'm kind of on that camp now too.
Nick has been convinced.
Nick Nick believes in this after talking about it and then getting stopped out twice trying to short this. Now I'm on team longs.
It only took another 200-point rally.
Yep.
I'm just giving you a hard time.
Hey, it's one of those days coming in early on a Monday. It is what it is.
Trend fighters unite. How do you determine the volume setting? Well, honestly, It's a mixture of some math and just a mix of screen time. I spent a lot of time on charts, replay. Actually, NinjaTrader has a stat on this. I don't remember the percentage, and if I get in trouble for repeating this, I'm sorry. But registered trend offender. But they know based on information that traders that spend time in replay, so this is a generalization, right? Traders that spend time in replay have generally better results. That's not a surprise. It's not a surprise to say that and hear it, but it's backed up by data. How do you guys appear on Instagram? I hope I don't appear on Instagram. I don't have Instagram.
I mean, I have one for this current life that I am in here, trading on screen for everybody, but I am the worst influencer in the world, so it's not a very
You have an
active
Instagram,
channel.
a trading Instagram?
Yeah. It's just not very it just doesn't get used. I'm like I said, I'm horrible with social media as it is. So I never invested a lot of time. But it's there. I'm not active on it. I should probably just be posting grilling photos and videos that probably would get more engagement.
What's your handle?
That's Nick for a tick, like it is on everything else. But yeah, I'm not a big social media guy to begin with. Even my personal Instagram.
Did you have 1,000 followers on Instagram?
Hey,
oh, look
there's
at that
not
brisket
a
video.
Huh?
There's those short ribs.
Yeah, I was about to, and then as you know, I got too eager before I even took a picture of what it looked like finished.
Leo's going to look. I just got called out. Leo's going to look up the Instagram that he doesn't have. Okay, I do have an Instagram. I just don't share it. You could find me. You could search and probably find me. But I just haven't decided if I'm going to put anything out there. And so I just don't want people following me for no reason. Kind of like Nick.
Well, I have a private Instagram that's like college friends, and it's nothing but. I mean, I never post. It's just a vehicle for my wife to send me videos on.
Matt, no, you're wrong. It's not Leo Trades Tiger, not EOS Tiger, nothing. Only dudes.
Am I from Texas? No, but I've lived here for over a decade. I'm from Southern California.
Orange County?
From Orange County.
Good guess. You've probably told me that before. I just,
No,
memory.
my Laguna Beach accent gave it away.
There is really no West Coast accent, is there?
I mean, I don't think there is. There's probably a dialect or something that people use. I mean, XY and I talked about the fact that Southern California is the only place that puts the in front of the highway system names. Like you say, the 5, the 405.
Oh, okay.
But if you do that, other places in the country will look at you like you're an idiot for speaking like that, I guess.
I would definitely look at you like an idiot if you were like, you should get on the I-35. Like,
Well, you don't say the I. You just
Oh,
say
you would just
the
get on the
35.
35.
Yes.
It's just not big enough. It's not a big enough thing to call it I get the 405. Like that's a huge interstate,
The chat
right?
says the valley has an accent.
The valley has an accent.
I never lived in the valley.
How do you get a volume profile on Ninja at a trade on Apex? Well, first of all, you don't yell at people you're talking to. So take off the caps. NinjaTrader has an order flow suite that has a volume profile. And that's obviously through NinjaTrader. And then we have one, Order Flow Labs has one that has the volume profile and the delta profile and stuff like this broken out. That's part of the OFL tools. So there's two ways you can get it. I'm sure there's other third-party providers that would have volume profile too. Everyone just calm down.
Is everyone yelling again?
Stop using the all caps. I lived in Studio City for a bit, not quite the Valley. Kentrail said LOL and then thanks in all caps. Lower why are we yelling? Lowercase LOL, but then uppercase thanks. What? How do you turn off all caps? You guys are struggling, chat.
I was gonna say, if I have to explain that, stop yelling.
There is some level of selling here.
Hmm.
But I'm not interested. I know Nick's not interested.
Nope.
I'm waiting.
They could retrace this whole move now, and I'd still then be mad about it. And
Yeah.
probably hit the red button.
I'm gonna wait for something a little bit lower of a pullback to see if there's some type of micro dip to buy. Because as I mentioned, this is actually very well defined in my playbook that isn't republished yet. I put it out like 3 years ago, and then I took it offline because I wanted to edit it. And then life happens, you have a baby, things happen. I haven't been able to republish it, but I'm going to. And this is hallmarks of a trend day type of activity. You have rally, little pullback, rally, little pullback, micro pullback, another, we're just kind of stalling here through time. But I would want to see like a little bit of a pullback into 26s or maybe in 33s and see if there's some type of, order flow activity we can jump on for another continuation long trade.
The red button is screaming for Nick. I mean, you're not wrong. You're not wrong. But no, two small single lot paper cuts. I'm just gonna wait.
Trump is posting about Sydney Sweeney American Eagle jeans ad. I heard she has great jeans. Nick can't even show his face. That's Tracy with the hard-hitting news today. Everybody give a thumbs up for Tracy. She does a fantastic job. Always giving breaking news in the chat, whether it's hilarious or very, very serious. Maybe I should follow him on. Should I get a Truth Social account so I can watch some of this hilarity?
I mean, I think by the time unless you're going to invest a lot of time sitting on Truth Social, I would imagine it gets posted somewhere else just as efficiently.
Yeah, true. All right, we're getting a little pullback. Let's see what happens. Let's see. We're getting right into those 34s. Tape is pretty red at this point. So I'd want to see some at least price stall. Oh, they're pulling the offer though. Back on it. They are making a lot of progress. I mean, all of this selling right in 36s to 50, very aggressive. I mean, that's quite a bit of volume on the sell side, to be honest.
Now it's going to go.
Hey, we're just giving we're giving you a dip to buy, Nick.
Another generational low for me.
Mm-hmm. I'm going to jump in here at these 20s.
I guess that was the generational low that I could have longed.
They are buying it up rapidly.
Yes, they are.
All right, I'm going to cover one here. Just have this little distribution of volume. If we reject here, I don't want to be stuck holding, a little micro continuation pullback along. Just take profit on part of this. And then hold it for 23,300. That's the target. That's what we're looking for. So yeah, kind of the same thing. We saw a pretty big flush. Right here, we didn't have tons of absorption. As you can see, it was just kind of a flash sale that immediately got bid right up, and I just jumped on once those buyers rotated this thing just like a little bit out of this hole. Thanks, Chris. Powerful they. I like referring to they, the powerful they. It reinforces this idea that there is a they.
There is a they.
There is. Nick emphatically says there's a they.
They are
They
all
exist.
powerful. They will cut your fiber. They will watch
They'll
your
cut
house.
off your internet.
Yep.
They've attacked my internet. They've attacked Nick's internet. They cut my power off one time.
They are all knowing and all powerful.
What time frame volume profile? This is just from RTH. So it starts at the open. Where can I buy the tape reader? It's free.
It is.
You just go to orderflowlabs.com and click on the freemium tab. And for NinjaTrader, it's literally just right on the site. You download the file, the installation instructions are there, everything is there. It's 100% free.
Can they do my dishes, please?
For real. I would love that. They took my car once. How are you reading the chart? You learn by watching the streams. And earlier we talked about podcasts that myself and Stowe and some friends did. There's 16 episodes. You could watch that or not watch it. You could listen to it because we actually go into detail. Like some of these trades that I've taken today are textbook trades from what we talked about on that podcast. I also have a playbook that I'll be republishing that talks a lot about how I execute and trade. Listening to the charts is the best. Bring it back. We're trying. We're working on something to bring it back. I always thought we only had like maybe 5 or 10 listeners, but you guys in the chat are telling me that there's more than 5 or 10 listeners.
Yeah, it seems like the people want it.
I have to give the people what they want.
You do.
What's the plan when you release it? Release what?
I think they're talking about painting the tape
The podcast? The playbook?
or that.
The playbook is going to be available for free on a website, and it will have my playbook. It will have all of the podcast episodes that I've ever done with painting the tape that we've done. And it will also have all of the content that I've ever put out on Twitter and other free resources for traders. Everything all in one place. It's my way of consolidating everything I've shared, discussed, whatever, and making it available to anyone that wants to read it, watch it, use it, etc. Whatever you do, find a system that works and stick to it for a while. I agree. If you keep looking for a shiny object, you will never get it. Absolutely agree with that. You should develop a framework that's consistent and that you understand. You've developed or maybe taken ideas from other people, and you should stick to it. No, I don't charge for the playbook. It's just it's for me, it's helpful because it more or less reinforces my own trading. I write down, things that I look for on certain days, with relative volume, with, price action, like what we're seeing today, and just writing it down and putting it down in a, a document, like an appropriately documented process reinforces in my mind when I see these events happen. So it might be more for me than it is for what you guys are getting out of it. What was the order flow website to go to get the RTH indicator? I'm not sure what you mean. The saying is the best way to learn anything is to teach others. No, these are not micros. If you look at the position tracker, it just tells you the symbol ZenQ. The best way to learn anything is to teach others. The best way to reinforce what you already know and keep your, keep your sharpness about you is also to teach and help others, in my mind. I'm actually going to cover this. There's tons of absorption in here where we had it previously, and then we just had this delta flip on the sell side. I just don't see this continuing to push higher. Maybe that's premature, but I'm just going to lock in the 30 points. And I've had a pretty good morning, so I'm not going to, try to hold this out. I'm taking the information I'm getting in real time and making a decision on it. And right now that decision is to trim this out. What are you seeing, Nick? Same thing.
Not a whole lot. I think I'm probably hands off until we take out 300s maybe.
Nick waits. He wants the 300s. Here's why. It's kind of that area we broke from. We have a line there.
We're still kind of hanging up at this high. Yeah. I just may be sitting on my hands until we kind of get up there, gauge a reaction. As I said, Mondays are always going to be a little more, light and tight for me. So taking 2 single lot trades in ES just to feel something this morning for losses, like it's all good. Gonna just kind of wait and see how the rest of this day unfolds. One of these days I will learn to take the long off the open.
The red and blue indicator you have between the candlestick and the order flow. Oh, this guy here, the delta profile. Yeah, so Order Flow Labs has it as part of the volume profile that we built. So this is the same, indicator that this one is. It's just this breaks out the deltas from the volume. And this one is weighted or anchored to the leg, like a prior, so it's anchored to this low, or it might be this high. I think it's hard to, it might be to this low. And it will reset its anchor point automatically based on, getting a new rotation. So there's just this volume profile is for the full RTH session. And this is more of a leg to leg, looking at each leg of an auction, and looking at the delta profile. We're still just getting that absorption. We had it back here, and then we came back, and we're getting it again. If I had my cojones with me, I probably would have shorted this push after reversing or after covering the long. Where could you the tape reader is free. You just go to orderflowlabs.com and freemium. You can check that out. It's 100% free. We only have 330 likes, and that's a problem because there's 1,000 people watching, and we have to get those likes up, or Nick and Leo may never come back for a morning session again.
You're not wrong. Plus, have you seen his background? Do not make him go full influencer. He's just been winding it up and was ready to unleash it with those type of lights and background.
Nick's not wrong. I even have new front lights, trying to do it right. He gave 2 likes. I think if you give 2 likes, it counters the original, I think. So maybe you actually downvoted it. Pop it. Yes. Let's get those numbers up. I just, we don't want to come on the show and be an embarrassment to NinjaTrader. The morning segments usually get a lot of likes. We want to be invited back. You guys want to see us trade in the mornings? You got to like it. You got to let them know. Like, bring these guys back. We want to see them trade the open. I know you guys need reminders. You need reminders, just like my wife has to remind me to do the dishes or take out the trash. I get it. They are selling this bad boy. I'm glad I covered the long where I did. Maybe we'll get another chance, Nick.
Hey, you never know.
Let's look at this high time frame chart. Yeah.
Let's see.
What was the Jim bot alert? I didn't see
Oh,
it.
I don't know. I missed it.
Dang. Oh, oil futures bouncing off session lows, 66.25.
Wait, is oil that?
Oh man, what a terrible entry. I'm just gonna put a 1 on, just because I saw like just enough of a pause on this little push down that that got me interested in buying this thing. But because we are pretty extended, like I'm just gonna put one contract on. There we go. Maybe we can break these highs now, and go to that 300 target. Just if in a 3 minutes, we'll have the initial balance will be set. I do like this for continuation. ES is truly 4 ticks away from making a new high.
Mm-hmm. Oh, I just love that this is Nick's nightmare setup.
That's
Played out.
fantastic, isn't it, Nick?
It's so. I'm at a loss for words.
Are you gonna
Sometimes
cry?
you can manifest your own disaster, and that is pretty much what I had done this morning. And I think I even tongue in cheek said something very similar to this last night as I was doing like, oh yeah, the other side of this is we very much could just quietly rotate back between 3330s and 3360s and have a nice like D-shaped profile type week, which would just drive me and probably all of the sellers from the last 2 days insane.
Yeah.
So day 1, we are manifesting it.
That's interesting. You must be you must love pain. You
I mean,
manifested your own nightmare.
don't traders love pain? Isn't that why we do this?
That is true.
Yeah, Ben says I said exactly that. So apparently I manifested this from the Globex Open, just like Leo somehow manifested that they were going to open NQ's weekly print at 850s.
I did
So
put that in the chat, didn't I?
you did, and that is the week open. So I was like, good luck to Leo surviving this week with the white fan now driving up to his place after that prediction.
Well, I haven't been taken yet. Or did they replace me with AI?
Do I have a fear of heights or clowns? I'm
You'll
not a
never know.
fan of clowns, but I wouldn't say it's a fear. It's just like they're kind of creepy. I have a fear of lockout trend weeks higher. Because I know I'll just end up spending way too much time watching the charts, not pressing buttons, and then mentally just draining my capital and being very frustrated all week. I can trade a trend day up. I just can't buy it like mid session and hold for higher.
Still lots of offers being put on 53s, 60s, just kind of like up in this range.
Point of control is now up here.
Yeah, I think yes is working above its big distribution. Oh, they hit it now.
Lockout days are good for golfing. Yeah, they are, but the lockout days are also great when you're streaming to everybody twice today.
When you're on YouTube.
When you're on YouTube.
Can we do YouTube on the golf course?
I mean, I feel like we're gonna have to do that in a couple months when we are all spending some time together with the NinjaTrader team.
Sick.
If not, maybe that's how we'll launch Leo's Instagram. Is we'll have him do a live vlog from the golf course.
I don't play golf, Nick.
You don't play golf? I mean, who? That's fine. Can you just pick up one and screw around for a few hours?
I can drive a golf cart.
That's
good.
fair.
Pretty good at driving. All right, so I got stopped out of this long. To be honest, I'm probably just gonna look for a reentry.
I mean, I haven't seen anything from sellers that really gets me excited and shows me that they're not going to continue to drop the ball and drive this up to 30, 63, 60s.
Well, 400 lot here at 25. See if they fill him. They got him.
Pulled.
Oh, he pulled. All right. I'm going to jump in here at 26, 27.
I just love that Stowe's going to come in and troll us both, that he's just holding runners and has had his feet up, enjoying his coffee. Oh, you got back in long.
Mm-hmm. All right, once again, just going to cover for quick base hit. See if I can push it up a little more. Come on, buyers. Show yourself. Take one off there. Pull the stop in. I'm using pretty tight stops for some of these trades just because this is a trending market. Where all these little dips are being bought. And if we retrace below this entry, like I just don't want to be in the trade anymore. normally if I'm working a range, I'll use a bit wider of a stop because I may want to get in, get out, get in, get out, kind of trade that range as much as I can. And so I'll use kind of a bit of a wider stop than normal. But for this, once I cover some of it, pay for the trade, I don't really need to use a wide stop because if we come back down here, likely to, now we have some stops to get run here, here, here. We could see a little flush if that does happen.
Jimmy, yes, I have taken a trade since last night's open. In fact, I've taken two. Both have been stop outs. And you can probably guess which side of the tape I was on.
Pain. Well, we're just consolidating at this volume point of control on both NQ and ES.
Consolidating for the next leg higher and push to 300s.
Let's go.
Well, I mean, what more
Stowe's
could you want?
Stowe's got like a Luigi or Mario Kart emote that he uses. It's like, let's go.
Yeah, that's how he feels right now. Just a very, very casual, painless, long.
Having trouble seeing your charts. Can you tell me what time frame you're charting? It's 500 volume. I don't know why you guys are thinking of going short. I'm not going short. I've not taken a single short.
I've taken two.
Nick has
There
taken
was one
two
that
shorts.
that made sense and just got immediately rejected. I was trying to go with momentum at that time.
Yep.
But the rest, yeah, there really has not been a great short entry.
All right, let's see what the buyers want to do back in this range where we've seen absorption once, twice, 3 times. Can they break it the 4th time?
I would say yes.
What do you think, chat? Why do I not see you guys trade the Dow? The Dow is very illiquid, and it just doesn't have great action. There's not a ton of volume. It's very slippery. It's just not a good, for me, it's not a great instrument to trade.
The old YM.
The old boomer index. Can we get the push above 260s?
Can we get the push? Why am I still on a YM chart?
We're just waiting. We're waiting for the break.
Yeah, you got all of this consolidation up here. Point of control is shifted up to this general area in ES and NQ. So it's kind of wait for the break of this little consolidation.
They're still offering 55 and 60. I mean, the offer is just relentless.
I don't believe them.
They're there.
I just don't believe them.
They are there.
And they need to show me something, and that would be a violent flush under 200.
Nick is perma bear today.
I am perma bear because I missed the logs. But I don't believe these people on the offer right now. They got to show me something.
Chat with a respectable 500 likes. The only thing better than 500 likes is 600 likes.
He's not wrong. It's August. It has to go down.
Is that what the seasonality macro bros told you?
I mean, that's what they would say, but I think that doesn't even start till like next week. And then go
the
September.
The August seasonality.
I think the August seasonality is like
doesn't start until the second weekend.
I believe so. It could be this week. I don't know. I don't pay that much attention to it outside of just don't fade a slow summer rally.
Mm-hmm.
And that usually around Christmas, for some reason, we have some sort of correction because there's been 2 separate occasions that I've been standing in a TSA line trying to trade the volatility.
Nick, if there's one thing that I've learned about you, it is that you are a proper degen. You just said you're trading in the TSA line twice for 2 Christmases, and you were trading gold the night your baby was born.
For the record, it was not the night my baby was born. It was the morning pre C-section, and then the baby was born on midnight that day. So a good almost.
It sounds like you were trading gold the day your baby was born.
Technically no, because she was born after midnight.
In the 24 hours your baby was born, you were trading gold at the hospital.
Yes,
at the hospital, Nick.
This is very correct. I've admitted it openly on stream in front of thousands of people. Because I've talked about it being one of the greatest fumbles in my trading career, knowing that I was long 25.55 in GC in November. And we all know where it went right after that.
Straight up.
Yep. Never looked back.
So we offered again 50s. Very disappointed in the bulls.
Nick trading in his socks off his phone in the TSA line.
Well, you don't have to take off your socks or shoes anymore.
Yeah, but I was also TSA pre and
I've had
pre and all that fun stuff. Is this the moment? Is this the moment where all of that selling actually means something?
I'm just going to add another. Buying this again.
Do it. As I said, I don't believe sellers yet. I'm trying to taunt them into a retrace.
You know, the buyers aren't getting quite as responsive as they were this morning. Mm-hmm. Oh, big dog on the offer. They got lifted. They're going to take me out. That's fine. That is fine. Yeah, buyers are looking weak at the moment. Starting to see, you know, this little distribution become a problem. As you can see, every time we tested the upper side of it, it was rejected. ES well below its distribution, but I'm still interested in looking for longs on these pullbacks. Probably because Jim Cramer is posting bullish stuff on Twitter. Uh-oh.
Is he?
Ruh-roh.
Oh gosh.
Now it looks pretty good. I'm going to give it a stab. This is really questionable because these lows that I mentioned earlier are very, very suspect to being stopped, but there was just enough bids stacking up on the order book and the offers pulling off right here in the spot. So I'm just going to give it a shot and see if it's one of those days where they hold those lows instead of letting them get run. I'm going to flatten out.
After all that.
Okay, they swept those lows. Let's see if we don't get anything. I will jump back in. Jump back in at 13. I may have had the same fill, but now it's a better look at it because these lows did get taken out and they kind of flushed it. So this long is is actually a better trade.
Leo, you ready to hold this for 300s?
Yeah, that's kind of what I'm thinking. You know, this it was a little constructive, kind of taking out some of these lows, still holding, you know, the kind of do or die moment. So yeah, I mean, it does look good.
Mm-hmm.
ES is already working its way back up to its big distribution node and the point of, you know, the point of control.
There we go.
There we go.
Oh. Leo, there's a good question for you in the chat.
I
Seems like
love
you're
great
always in a
questions.
trade, Leo. Do you get FOMO?
No, I'm just active. I'm an active trader, and we have a pretty nice trend. I'm just trying to ride the trend. I've just picked a few spots where I want to continue to push trades into this trend for higher, and we've just had a couple of great opportunities to do that. So I'm just trading what the market's giving me. I average on a flat to flat basis about 7 to 8 trades per day.
Now we're gonna go.
Let's go. All right, I'm gonna take this one off
My
for
gosh.
35. and then hold this guy for longer. If we reject here again, I will quit trading for the day.
Well, ES made a violent new high, and Q got slapped immediately. But that move, that little rotation back up to the top of the range, is exactly why I was kind of joking, but saying like I don't believe these sellers. You just
Yeah,
had a feeling this was going to happen.
right. Leo's playing the markets like a puppet on a string. I mean, I want to do that every day. That is my goal. That is my goal. I bet Stowe bought this.
He added to his
Added, bought
long,
it.
probably that he got it
We've
23,080.
we've put so much we've put so much pressure on Stowe unknowingly. He probably has no idea that we've been talking about all of the trades that he likely took. Watch him come onto the stream and be like, "I'm short, guys. I'm short from 260s."
Yeah, I mean that might shock us, but he's just good at that. Like finding those little dips to add and get long on. And I'm just, I've gotten better at doing it watching him and some of the other people on the show. It's always been a weak spot in my game is just those type of longs after this kind of move. We're up one and a
Well,
half
the
percent.
sellers are pissed.
My gosh,
Jeez.
that
All
flipped
right. Um, that's got to be news. That is definitely.
Did Trump fire somebody else?
Now this could be fun.
No, nothing yet. The bid evaporated for the time being.
All right, I'm jump back in. There we go. All right. I'm going to cover for one here and hold this again for a please, please, please break the 260s. Market gods. You know you want to do it. We will be substantially raising the tariff paid by India. Okay.
Substantially.
Didn't realize it would be that important for NQ.
I mean, yeah, that's kind of weird.
All right. On that note, that is going to be potentially my last trade for this morning.
Good for you, sir.
We went for longs to break out new highs, and the market has other things in mind. It's still like they're still lifting. This offer is just very weak.
Yes, is still holding that.
Damn. I might take a stab at it. I wanted lower. I wanted.
There's 1,000 lot on ES at 27s. No, he just pulled.
Oh, he's 32.
Now he's at 32. Oh, yeah. That's jokester. This barcoding at this high is just now driving me nuts.
I mean, classic absorption.
Yep.
Took forever, but every time they tested it, you know, rejected. And I just don't hate buying this little dip. I'm gonna do it.
Do it.
Right before Stowe jumps on. Mm.
Mm.
Sellers are showing them. Sellers are showing them what's up. Let's see.
Yeah.
Hello, Stowe.
Hey, what's up?
Hey, buddy.
Are we both staring at this? We all staring at this spot?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I said it was gonna be my last trade, and then I was like, you know, I don't hate this spot.
Precedent. Yeah. But I mean, the bid keeps refreshing right here.
Yeah.
I don't know. Trying to. Yeah.
Stowe, how was your morning?
Oh, fine. Trying to get into this in a not stupid way has been a little difficult. Yeah, I don't know.
I was in two. I just came out of one. I may just come out of the whole thing.
Yeah, I might
know.
look at like 170s to. I don't know. We got to get past this 205 dude who apparently has decided to walk this the whole way down. But I have a personal vendetta against whoever is at 260 right now, and so I'm in a bit.
You too, huh? You too?
I'm in a bit of a spite trade.
All right. All right.
For spite. Oh shoot, I gotta share it. Sorry, team.
All right, we're getting a bit of a bit out of here. I mean, I only have one on, but that's fine. I'll just hold it for the spite hold that Stowe is talking about.
I'm trying to close that gap, baby. You know me.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I mean, that's what I've been looking for. That 300s. 300s.
Woof. Yeah, I mean, stupid. They took me out. That 95s. I just bailed on it. I had to. Because there's so much below that we haven't retraced yet. And I'm trying to be cognizant of the fact that this was pretty insane run up. What's ES doing? Okay. ES is just happy up here. As Jim would say, this is price. What's he say? Price happiness. Everybody happy but me.
Yeah, nobody's happy up here, Jim. That's not price happiness.
Stop calling it happiness, Jim. Yeah, look at these turkeys up here. 60s to 50s. My goodness, this should be illegal. Yeah. I don't know, but how else are you guys doing? Did you have a good weekend?
Yeah, man. We had
Good.
some R&R time. You know, we had baby parents in town, then we had COVID, then we had this, and we had that. It's like a weekend to just chill.
That's awesome. I love that.
What about you?
For you, bud? Yeah, just kind of I basically spent like 2 days setting up a new computer.
2 days.
Yeah, it took forever, man, because I was trying to get like the chart books over, and then that got me into a world where I was like, well, this chart book sucks. I haven't dealt with that in a while. So it basically became like a bunch of side quests. I was like, well, if I'm going to redo that chart book, I should probably redo this part of the chart book. And then I should probably do
chart book configuration mode.
Yes. So, because, you know, a lot of those I haven't changed in, I don't know, like a year. And once I got in there, I was like, I should probably do something a little more responsible with this.
Well, we just had the turn.
That ES guy's gone.
ES is at, respectable rebid of, whatever brought it lower, but NQ is lagging and now
Hate it.
jerk.
Uh-oh.
I got stopped out of my long, so.
Rude. Me too.
Are we just going to retrace this now?
Nope.
I'm back in.
Just needed stopped out.
I'm back in. I got back in 96. There we go. That's what I'm talking about. Yes.
Don't talk about it. I've been saying yes too much today, Leo, and they've heard me. Also, they know that both of us are long at the same time, which is not usually acceptable behavior for the dudes.
Right.
I mean, there's a lot. There is a passive offer coming down. I don't know if maybe that was finally enough exhaustion down there.
I think it was. There we go. I'm covering a couple.
Yeah, I'll cover it. 24,000.
23,300. Nothing else.
I think 305 is the gap, right? I think.
No, I have it at I'm not trying to get that specific, but yeah, you're probably right. 305. Okay. Well, Stowe, it's been fun. It's been a pleasure. But
sorry,
Nick has to come back in the afternoon.
I do.
Okay.
And he needs a breather. He needs to get water because he can't. His voice is dropping off.
Oh, okay. Sorry,
maybe
Jeff. Sorry to hear that, Nick.
Honey and bourbon.
Yeah, Nick. If you should definitely day drink.
My wife just texted me and said it's been a shit show today. Is it too early for wine? So she must be. She must be struggling. She sounds like she's having fun.
Go for it. It's Monday, baby. There's no rules. Well, cool. Thanks, dudes. I'm going to try to hold on to this and see if, I don't know.
I'll be long with you in on the chart here at 198. That's my fill. So
all right.
Let's press it into those highs.
That sounds good, brother.
All right, brother. Have a good one.
All right, homies.
I'll be watching you on the chat.
All right.
Bye.
Good morning. Good morning, good morning, good morning. How are we doing, everybody? Good morning, chat. Good morning, Trader Nautilus. Good morning. Let's see if this guy's right here. We're kind of making this distribution. We got the turn, which is good. Trying to see where that came down to. Eh. Sorry. Intently focused, paying attention to these sellers if they have finally decided to stop being buttheads. Boy, yes, so much cleaner over there. Taylor, I trade NQ over ES because I believe it to have more opportunity for scalping, just in the amount of movement that you can get out of it for the amount of money that you get. So that would be my reason. But I mean, ES is also viable to trade. I trade ES as well. But I just see more opportunity in NQ for scalping. Some would maybe say there's less opportunity in NQ for, like trades that make sense. It's going to come. This guy, this seller. Did he come down? I guess a little bit right here, huh? Yes, Giano. The gray is the 24-hour volume profile. Yeah, I just do the RTH session for the volume profile when I'm actively trading. I separate Globex and RTH. I'm kind of just walking it up, kind of just doing silly stuff right here. Just going to see if it respects this 205 spot again. Waterline. Barbed wire mode. That's funny. Yeah, this is the spot right here. See this 195. Great. I mean, we had a pretty good morning. I'm just shooting for this continuation. Might be what gets us. Sellers pushing. Let's see. I mean, we're obviously leaning off of this big LVN. This is probably a better spot to try to pick this off for continuation. So I might just get out of this in general. Let's see what this 202 guy is doing. ES right up against this 6340 guy that has been absorption city. He got popped a couple times. I don't know. Trying to figure out who's refreshing here. It seems much harder for me to see. Yeah, NQ is definitely more volatile. I mean, I wouldn't call it more volatile. I would just say that it moves more. I don't know if that is the same thing as being volatile. It definitely has a larger spread than ES. So, there's just more movement. There's just more things to take advantage of there. I don't like that we're just sitting here. Got 20 minutes till the close. So I guess this is like B. This is like a B long. The A long is 170. I also don't like that we're making this secondary profile down here. Or, I mean, not secondary profile. We're just making this, we're in this now. We left this up here. That might be a dead body up here. I mean, yeah, I don't want to just sit here and buy a VWAP all day. So I have to think about it. Stepping in, though. Eh. Offer seems to be there. But this, I mean, the 200 just keeps getting bid. If absorbed, it keeps refreshing on retests. Offer just needs to pull or do something. I mean, even at those highs, so we talk about, XY and I talk about this, looking at the at bid and at ask on the DOM. At those highs, there are, large numbers on those pops higher. And that shows me that like buyer aggression is still hungry at the highs. So for that reason, I'm interested in this continuing higher. We have the gap to fill. It's not uncommon to get this pullback during this time of the day. It's just tricky to balance it. You have to try to balance a bunch of things at once when you're trading anyway. Yeah, that's 220 guy. Got to get through him. So we're watching red team, blue team here. So right now this red team lost, and this red team's trying to pick us up and get through this blue team. But yeah, so I'm trying to balance two things in my mind at once. It's totally appropriate to have a pullback right now during this time if this is a proper trend day. And then the second thing is, those higher targets are there, but we need to make sure that we're in from a position that makes sense for us to be able to have enough meat on the bone. Like being long from here is okay. Being long from 170 is much better. And, it looks like they can't get traction up here above this 220. For now, we still have 15 minutes to close. Oh, thanks, Matt. I'm trying. I'm trying to explain and watch the move as well, which is not always easy to do. This is also hilarious that silly stat that I goofed on over the weekend is it's clearly paying off. It's there's some sort of karmic thing that happens whenever I tweet about something. It usually inverses me. I've also kind of been running around all morning getting ready to fly, so I'm not super super in the zone, super in the headspace I should probably be in. Do. Got to see this bid refresh here again. And I'm out of element cans. I got all kinds of stuff working against me today. I'm out of bubble water in general. It's just trying to cross into this. You got to want it. There you go. Now, this is our spot. This is where we got to get past. Not just stall. I mean, that was aggressive. Just didn't get anywhere. Maybe it had, yeah. I don't know. This is a tricky spot. Decision time for sure. All right, 11:15. 15 minutes left. Is anybody coming to Chicago to hang in the chat? Am I going to see anybody? I hope so. $43. I mean, that's a lot of bid now. Oof. Not loving it. My stop's not a great place either. So that's a bunch of bid down there at 95. But the offer is still coming down. $58, $74, $17. Okay. So now we're leaning on this pretty heavy. So good luck to us all, I guess. Me and all 600 of these dudes. Yeah, offer just came right back on. All these little pushes out of this just keep getting stomped on and then lifted and then stomped on. So this is really barcodey tape down here. Very two-way. Not great. Damn it. That sucks. Yep, stop's just in a bad spot. See if we can get them both to roll. Okay, so 170. I don't know. This buyer is here. Stepping in off this. It's definitely exhausted down there. There you go. Okay. Now the bid's starting to. This offer is so mad. Big sweep again. This is just really confusing. This is just really confusing flow down here. A lot of business getting done. Eh. Okay, stepping. It refreshed again. The bid is crossing over. I don't know. This is getting a little too annoying, which also means it might work. Hmm. 7 minutes to close of London. They're kind of chasing it down now. Hmm. Yeah, this is, I mean, I've seen this 1,000 times. This is my day type. Pull back to here is good. Pull back to anywhere 200 to 170 is good. The problem with the 30-point range is that it's a 30-point range, you know? So you're going to need to hawk your entry. And every time I've seen them come in and initiate like this, we just get back up to this 220 guy and the offer steps back in. But as we get closer to the London close, I feel a little incrementally better about this. But I need the bid to persist. And it hasn't yet. It's been pop, fade, pop, fade. But I mean, we've got reversal signals going down there. Delta flips flipping. The flip is flipping in. Fitz says, how much of that first move do you think it gives back? Yeah, like I have no idea. You never know how much it's going to pull back. You just know. You just got to look at spots where it paused on the way up. That's a good. I mean, here's a bid from hell. Like turbo bid just showed up. That was a lot. That was a ton of buying. I want to see if we can get that high. Or I'll just mark it out of one of these. Just make sure I'm on one. Okay. Really trying to watch this spot because this blue guy needs to go. And we might finally have the gas. Do we have bonds today? G? Which one? Oh, gross. Yesterday's coffee. Oh, no. Sweet Lord. You guys ever do that? Ugh. Oh, what an idiot. Oh, man. Gross. I mean, it wasn't that bad, but it was not what I was expecting. You guys ever experience that when you get like I don't know, it can be with anything. Like if you think you're about to drink a Pepsi and it's Sprite, or like if you think you're about to drink a hot coffee and it is yesterday's coffee that is not hot or from today. Has that ever happened to you guys? Yeah, Tracy, I didn't see any bonds on my side either. Could be James Bond. All right, just coming up against these lows again. So this is what I want to see go. This guy right here. Let's put this up here so I'll mark it out if I need to. Let's go. Don't celebrate yet, Leo. I got to take out this 220 guy first. And he's just refreshing up here. I mean, I'd put a VWAP on from the high for some reference here, but you can't put a VWAP on a brick wall. So not really anything we can do for that. Minute 30 seconds to close. A new high would be very encouraging. It's probably going to take all day. Logan, coffee does last forever. I agree. But it was shocking. It's like when the production team drops a very loud thing into my headphones, a loud sample. Mr. Deck, it wasn't a spittoon. But yeah, same theory. Same theory. I definitely did that in high school. You ever do that? Pick up the wrong pop can? Maybe just me, because I grew up in the woods. Okay. It is coming fast. Okay, there was the close. Came back. I mean, this is what, if it's going to continue higher, if this is going to be, you know, a new spot here, this is going to be what we want to see. We want to see a pullback and then continue through that 220 guy. If it doesn't, then we're looking at 170 at least. Let's see, what is my buddy ES doing? Oh, still nothing. Okay, good. Good to know. Good to know. I mean, ES kind of got to the target already. That 42, 63.42 is where I had it going. Maybe now that London is done being rude to us, we can get in there. Okay, we added those 7. Dan, what does London close mean to us? It's just, it's a market participant that's pretty big compared to the rest of them. I mean, to me, it's just a time when, like profit taking can happen. It's just like a relatively normal reversal spot. So it's just a spot that I like to watch. I'm not sure if it means anything specifically. It means whatever you want it to mean, if that's helpful. No, I mean, if you have a pattern around it, I also use London as kind of a gauge for what RTH is doing. So, I mean, it's not super out of the ordinary for a trend day to pull back during the London close, especially if London was also like egregiously long, which they were. So, just having those little context things help me keep sane as humanly possible. No mercy. No mercy, 220. Get this turkey. Just get him. It's pushing. Good. You got to cross, guys, if you want it. Yeah, we're in this dumb LVN up here now. Hate to see it. I don't like a dead body. I hate that I know what that setup is. Because that means that trend continuation is likely stalled up there, So dead body is not my jam, but this is proving to be a very heavy one up there. So far. Be the bid you wish to be. That's true, Chubby Panda. Thank you. Be the death of me. Got slightly higher. Yeah, I don't know. Pretty good slam there. Need to see if it gets bid right back. That will be encouraging. If not, I'll take some of this size off. Damn it. Damn it, damn it, damn it. Getting these fills. Got to step up through it is the key here. A lot of resting offer. So there's going to be stuff for buyers to buy. They want to get up there. All right, fine. I'll take one off. Annoyed, but I can't keep looking at it like that. I just can't keep doing it. I still think this is pretty good. We just got to get on the other side of this, LBN. This is the dead body right here. This big red guy. That's XY's jam. He probably took he probably took it in here somewhere. If I was to guess, I'll ask him. That's the thing with trying to learn your buddy's setups. Fly it here is short. Man, I should have been watching the chat. Fly it here is not a fade. That's a good short, though. That's the dead body right there. Nice trade, buddy. I love you guys making money. That's my jam. Keep doing it. All right, anyways. So yeah. Who's coming to Chicago? It's going to be awesome. I'm going to literally leave this room and walk out and get in the car and go to the airport. So that should be cool. Let me know who, please come up and say, hey. Tell us more about the events. I don't know. I think we're just hanging out. It's a trader meetup. I don't know if all the you gonna be there, Cooper? Nice. Yeah, me and Deli and Pax and I think DCP is gonna be there, and it's in if you go to our Twitter, if you go to NinjaTrader's Twitter, you'll see it. Like it says Chicago Trader Meetup or something like that. There's like an Eventbrite link you can click. I did, J Torres Trades. I did get my real ID. Oh, still a couple tickets left. That's awesome. Yeah, it's $5 just to make sure they can plan for it, but I think they're donating that to some rescue dog situation. But yeah, I did. I did get my real ID. It all went swimmingly. I was able to use a 1099 as a substitute for my Social Security card, which I have lost. But now I got another one coming in the mail. So, but yeah, I'm good. Aren't lazy pets the best though, JS? DD, I'll take some pictures. Don't worry. No, fly here. I agree. Yeah, I've noticed that as well with both of our trading. It's cool. It's cool to be able to see that. If I wasn't feeling so incredibly spiteful about this 260 guy, I should be short too. But my rules don't really allow me to be short up there. But that's just because I'm not very good at being short. It's a me thing. It's a me problem, is what they would say. Yeah, ES Trader, it wasn't that bad. There were the people that were having a hard time were like mostly people with name changes, like if they got divorced or married and were in the middle of like if they had a name change in between, they had like a serious amount of paperwork to compile, and I felt really bad for them because they were like, "How much more stuff do I need?" And yeah, they just kept. I saw them turn like a billion people away that had waited in line for 2 hours, which is brutal. It's not. It was not a very happy place. Yeah, well, here we are, pulling back again. Maybe ES is going to need lower. I think that might happen. If they can't figure out how to get through this wall of passive dude, I mean, it's up here on NQ, and then it's also at like 63.40 to 63.42. Just all that. I mean, specifically 63.40 has been a ton of ice. It's just been getting absorbed. So, ES might need to pull back a bit, take out some of those. It's got a lot of juice under those stops for sure. Maybe pull back to 63.20, and then that would probably bring us back to 170 here. I mean, this bit is just like sweeping into this thing. This is a game called let's stop Stowe out 9,000 times and then finally go. But it does be like that sometimes. Hanging off this ledge. Let's see, 05. Let's see what time we got now. 11:45. It's just like, I don't know how many times they can touch 200 and keep getting away with this 198 spot. I mean, it could be forever. It could do it for a million years, but I just I'm cognizant of, something gets touched 9,000 times like that. It's not the world's most awesome trade. However, that's not true about the highs. You could have shorted 260 8,000 times today and got away with it without getting it stop run. So yeah, what is true sometimes is not true other times. It is a deep, dark ledge, Mark. Quite deep. Yeah, they get right to the edge and they're like, never mind. Like I see them doing it. They get all excited, like, I'm going to go in. And then they're like, never mind. Why bother? Why bother? I go down and we can go up, you know? But then you got this guy still slamming it from 15. Yeah, not quite sure. Quite sure what's up here. They did, Fat Fish. You see it. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. It's doing both, you know? And we haven't built like, I don't know. Here's kind of something you can look at. So you look at like, do you see all this negative delta here? This is all passive bid, right? Obviously, this is a uptrend day. So we're looking to lean with the passive bid. And they're coming down here. So this is how I kind of use volume profile and the delta volume profile in concert, as they would say. They're not really building volume down here on these pokes down. I don't know. It's getting very wiggly all of a sudden, though. Smacked again from the 15s. 2 smacks. Hey, good morning, Francisco. To have a demo account, do you need to pay? I don't know. I don't know. I would say probably not. Basic Works, I use a 750 volume candle chart. That's what I use. Yeah, you might need data to get your demo account going. Oh, cool. Jim says NT has free sim. There you go. Hey, Paul. Active selling is when price is crossing the spread from the offer to the bid side, and you'll see active selling as passive buying, and then vice versa. So the way that looks, and you'll also see it like on the time and sales or on the DOM, that sort of thing. When you see people crossing the spread, that's active selling. So right here, this negative delta are sellers that are crossing the spread from the offer side to the bid side, and they're meeting a bid that is sitting there and chilling. And if price reverses off of that, that means that this passive buying was successful. Right now, we're in a two-way trade that is like, and then it's in the opposite direction. It's hold on, let me take one of these off. In the opposite direction, same thing. So this is passive selling that a bid is crossing the spread into to try to get prices go higher, but the seller is just sitting there, not allowing that to happen. And so the bid is not successfully breaking this. So right now we are in a red team versus blue team moment inside of this node that we've now built down here below the dead body. And it's just about who's going to win. Either blue team's going to lose and price is going to go higher, The red team's going to lose and price is going to go lower below this selling or above this buying, if that makes any sense. Yeah, Florida man. Yeah. So active orders are market orders. The only way to move price is with a market order. If everything was just a limit order, price would just sit there for forever. Yeah, fly here. I'm not stoked about the speed of any of this stuff right now. It's 0% stoked. But I mean, this bid is here. Like, look at this guy. This is a party. This is a bid party. See? It's not like he's not around. We just need to convince him to participate a little more. Now we got to get this is the bottom of the this is the foot of the dead body. I don't know if that's I mean, I'm not trying to get too gross with that metaphor, but it's true. It is what it is. Make sure I got my stop in here. Okay. I mean, so I'm just trying to retrace that now. A couple things about this. Point of control has not moved down from 250. This is just, I'm trying to do this is the million things I'm thinking of spiel so that maybe you can glean from that. So like I said last week, trading is all about holding a bunch of different things in your brain at the same time, some of them being opposite things. But here's a list of the things I'm looking at right now. We came down here. This buyer at the 200s was there. All of this selling down from this guy didn't seem to get anywhere. And currently we are, we're bidding back through this spot now, this little LVN, which are also all these previous lows. The point of control is still up here at the high. That means that we haven't put more volume in down here than here. So whoever this seller was or is or whatever, they're not necessarily following price down with the same amount of volume. Then we go over to ES, which is, it's NQ's buddy. It's NQ's pal. They like to do things together. They go to the movies, stuff like that. And ES is just holding up here. They're making the world's largest bullish ledge at 63.40, which is, somewhere where an iceberg has been sitting and refreshing. An iceberg is also passive buying or selling too. When you see a bid continue to refresh and fill with delta and there's not a resting order there, that just means it's being executed as an iceberg order. So yeah, so we're just sitting up against this thing. We're bullish on the day, bullish on the overnight also. If you notice, I mean, price went down to I think it only got down to 810, something like that before it reversed, which was where we made that really good low on Friday. So yeah. So that's all. I'm looking at all of those things at once and trying to put together like a small time frame plan with all that massive amount of information.
Good job, Stowe.
Hey, Jim. What's up, brother? Thank you. Thank you, sir.
I was stressed out earlier watching this trade, but not anymore.
I wasn't stressed. I was mad.
No, I was stressed.
I was going to throw my cat. Why?
No. Be nice to the cat. Be nice to the cat.
Don't worry, Arthur's fine. He's doing good. Nothing bad's gonna happen to a cat.
Did I know the name was Arthur of your cat?
Yes, I think so. We have two, Arthur and then Pete. Pete is a sweet young man. Black cat, looks like he's stoned all the time, just like Pete the cat from the book.
Yeah.
Arthur is also a wonderful cat, but he is he's a little stupid. he's a little touched in the head, as my grandma would say. He, he gets into nothing but trouble. But then, he also is very snuggly and nice. So he's got his redeemable qualities too.
There you have it. Wow. Oh boy. Well, it looks like you're gonna get this one, man. This is looking sweet. I don't want to jinx you. We're not there yet, but
Nah, it's fine. I mean, this is close enough. I need to see. I mean, ES should get past this spot. We still have the IB break stat to hit, so that's good.
yeah.
But yeah, this 342 on ES is also high time frame resistance. It was a pretty big level from before, and we've cut. I'm trying to look for spots in that sell off. When you get a big sell off, do you ever notice that, like, I mean, obviously price can move back past a area that wasn't visited very hard quickly too. So I think that's what we're doing right now. But we're finally at somewhere where people used to be. So it's just going to be more of a struggle bus.
Yeah, no, I like that. You see that you could see the volume peak. I mean, you're right on. I mean, me and Pharm were talking about it this morning. We had that huge break on Friday, and there was no volume between it for a lot of price.
Yeah.
So to kind of inch back up there and kind of get a more mature volume profile, and the following week takes some time.
Yeah.
So, but anyway, I love it. Oh, we were going to break for Edge report, but I can't. I got to see if
we're good. I'm going to take it. I don't want to
no.
be. I'm not going to be a D for a T on that one.
Oh,
not as hard as I fought for it down here.
Oh, all right. That's fair. That's fair enough, man. Well, it's good seeing you. I'm not seeing you this afternoon, or I am. Let's see.
Nope. No, not me this afternoon. Just one day, but I'll be back. I'll be trading from Chicago tomorrow, so I'll see you then. I got to go to that airplane right now.
All right, brother. Listen, have safe travels, man, and say hi to all our brothers and sisters you see up there in NinjaTrader.
I will, my friend. Thank you, chat. Come to Chicago, or I'll see you tomorrow.
There you go. All right, so I'll talk to you soon.
All right, peace, Jim.
All right, really quick edge reporter. A couple of markets that were kind of interesting. The micro Bitcoin market, or if you're looking at the big BTC, we broke out of the consolidation range on Friday. We have not recovered back into that consolidation range as of now. Kind of inside bar all the way across right now, just kind of south of that 21 EMA. Intraday is where it gets interesting right here. We have the initial balance high and the initial balance low that is set in stone, and we still have an 82% chance based on a 6-month look back at edge full of a candle closing either above the initial balance for a single break or below the initial balance for a single break. That's a pretty big number, 82%. Now, of course, 18%, it didn't happen, but I got my eyes on that. So I am looking for a break one way or the other. We're kind of in the middle. We have that nice point of control established down here at 114,895 on the Bitcoin. And we are trading above session VWAP. So the fact that we're trading above session VWAP and the point of control is a little bit lower is a little bit of in conflict right now. So there's competing forces of gravity at work. Let's shoot over to crude oil really quickly here, and then we'll wrap up the morning session. Crude is back in its consolidation range, as so many markets are. Right here, we got the bottom of the range, approximately $65, give or take a few ticks. Top of the range, even though we had some price dislocation above, I'm still framing that conversation around south of $69 at $68.75. Perfect doji today. We're right in the middle of that consolidation range right now. All the moving averages are going straight across. We have a cross under on stochastics, so we'll see if we can get drive to the bottom of that range. But we all heard from our guest this morning. Very awesome information. Hopefully you go back and re-watch that. Let's just shoot over to the intraday chart as well. Right now we are trading above VWAP. We're trading above. We have a single break to the upside. We are trading above the initial balance high, which was 66.19, and another edge full stat. There is a gap fill you could consider, gap fill scenario, right? We gap down on a regular trading hour basis in crude oil. And let me tell you what the stat is real quick. We haven't achieved that gap fill yet, but we're getting close. And that number is 67.27. So put my crosshairs right above that 0DT put support by a tick or two. That would fulfill the prophecy of gap fill, not gap full. It's edge full, gap full on crude oil market as well. The other thing to note also is the point of control officially is kind of far south down here, right? 65, 69. But it looks like we've gone through that, right? This nice sell-off here happened after the London initial balance, and one of the things I like to look at on crude oil on the London initial balance is if the two candles, right? The first candle is a green candle establishing the high. The second candle didn't go past that, and that's a red candle. And sure enough, continuation selling brought us into a really nice kind of short trade going all the way into pre-market here in the U.S. And then the opposite actually happened on the initial balance in the U.S. And we have this nice rally up. And we are trading actually at prices above value. I do expect the point of control to shift up higher a little bit as we go forward here in crude oil. We'll see how it goes. All right, that is the afternoon edge report. We are going to be back this afternoon at 2:30 East Coast time. Me and Shy Hot Commodities. Don't miss that. That's 2:30 East Coast time. And then we are trading the close. And right now, I know for almost a fact that we are going to have XYZ trading the close, and my guess is there's going to be somebody else as well. So I don't know who that is going to be right now because my show flow is a little out of whack, but it's going to be spectacular no matter who it is. So hopefully we'll see you this afternoon on NinjaTrader Live. And I do want to suggest everybody relax, have a great lunch. We will thank you for being here. And don't forget the thumbs up button. I almost forgot the thumbs up button. The thumbs up button and the subscribe button. We greatly appreciate if you press those two things. They're free to do. And if you're already a subscriber, we thank you for sure for being part of the show. Having said all that, folks, we will see you at 2:30 this afternoon.